Good morning. This is Tony Ross for the 2D virtual or 2D animation virtual summit, and just getting a few things going here. Okie dokie. Okie doke. So, good morning. Welcome to day 3. A few announcements. We have actually started getting responses on some of our prize winners as far as doing raffling off some of our products. Uh, I also wanted to let everyone know I've gotten some communication on something. One, our emails and our social media are kind of non-existent right now. So, one, my apologies for that. We are working to correct that. That being said, what we're going to be doing when we launch all of the replays next week on to YouTube, we're going to be setting it up kind of like the way social media should have ran this week, as well as notifications. So you'll be able to click direct links and go, oh, I want to watch this particular person or I want to watch this particular panelist. We are going to be releasing them, kind of timing them out during the week. We're going to be adding to the playlist. For instance, all of Monday's panelists will pop up on Monday. All of Tuesday's panelists will pop up on Tuesday. But the bottom line is they are going to be on YouTube for free, and you'll be able to watch those at your leisure. But we're trying to regroup, as it were. Uh, if we could, trust me, we'd spin the clock backwards and start this week over. But we're trying to do kind of the next best thing by handling the social media and our announcements next week the way they should have been done this week. And again, my apologies on that. We're working to get it better. Meanwhile, today we actually have a lot of voice talent. I was pretty happy to actually get those in for this year. And what I want to do is go ahead and kick this off with, let's see, I'm going to go ahead and kick this off with my interview with Phoenix DeJong. And she is involved with the anime series or anime movie, excuse me, Carol and Tuesday. I believe that's on Netflix currently. So give me one quick moment. Thanks for fixing the email notifications. I had a feeling they were missing before. Yes, it's like I need clones or an army. Yes, that's totally my bad. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. And let me find some things. All right, today is Wednesday, right? I need to find. There she is. So, without any further ado, yike, if I can click the right button here. Without any further ado, I give you Miss Phoenix DeJong. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am sitting here with the lovely and talented Miss Phoenix DeJong. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Um, and I wanted to this is kind of a very surreal experience for me, but uh, little backstory: saw her on CNN talking about things that she did work with anime, and I'll let her tell you about that. But one, hey Phoenix, how are you?
Hey, I'm blessed. How are you?
I'm doing very well. So I want to run a couple of questions by you. Oh, well, actually, first question: can you tell me exactly uh, what you do with respect to the field of animation?
Okay, that's an excellent question. Within the field of animation, I do work as a voiceover artist as well as a rotoscope actress. That is the person that animators will record and then do their animations over. And I'm also a character reference model. So there are several anime characters and even video game characters that use my brand image and likeness. And that's how they make characters become more realistic.
Coolness. All right. So here's a fun question, and I was kind of geeking out when I figured this out. So my first question to you is: how do we know each other, and what were your first impressions of me?
Well, Professor Ross, I was in your class in 2005 with the Atlanta Pre College Art Program. My first impression of you as you welcomed us into the dungeon, I didn't know what to think. You were the first professor in the academic field to ever have profanity or a different type of vernacular than what I was used to. So in my mind, when I first met you, I was thinking, oh my God, this is a dungeon master. This is like the final level boss. I have to earn my name. I'm going to have to do all these things to get through this class. But then as I got to know you, I really got to see the professionalism that was there and the things that you were trying to instill in teenagers. It wasn't exactly an easy thing to teach teenagers, but yet you had a way of putting enough pressure on our class to have us produce a masterpiece.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think so. Years later, I'd hear a little bits and pieces from friends of friends, and I was watching CNN, and I saw this interview that you were on, and I'm looking at this going, okay, that looks like my former student. So it's like it was so cool. I'm like, so I tried to like, dig, like, hey, weren't you in my class in 2005? And you're like, yes. Are you the professor? I'm like, yes, I am. And it's like, and it felt like as I was telling, because I got to chat with some of your classmates earlier. It's like it felt like I was being a private investigator trying to hunt down all these people. So that is awesome, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for doing this. I really appreciate that.
Thank you for
Um,
having me.
Definitely. My next question to you: can you talk about how you're involved with the anime Carol and Tuesday?
Okay, for Carol and Tuesday, I was reached out to. Crystal is a character that they modeled after me. So vocally, she is representing Beyonce and Aretha Franklin. And then as a character, she's actually wearing a redesign of one of my stage costumes, which was super cool. We had the same height by everything. So when I first saw Crystal, I remember my manager called me as soon as like the episode aired. She's like, "That's you. Are you okay with this?" I'm like, yeah, it's cool. I'm so flattered that my career at this point has even put me at this level. Then a couple of weeks later, I got a message from the casting agent, and he's actually one of the producers for the show. And he's like, "Would you like a modeling opportunity?" I'm like, "Sure, book me as a model. By the way, you're going to be singing for this anime." And I'm like, "What? Carolyn Tuesday? I am a big fan." And he's like, "Oh, okay. I'll talk to them and we'll put your name in the credits and everything will be really good." And I remember I had 24 hours to learn the song Give You the World. That was definitely a challenge, but at that particular point, my manager was already pushing me more into singing. So that was my second singing slash modeling job in my career. And it was such a honor to even get that role and to portray a character that's paying tribute to Whitney Houston. For me, that was like a highest honor because Whitney's music always influenced me.
Right.
She such a dynamic character. She definitely had a tragic story, but there's still so much that we can learn from her as a professional.
Coolness. Um, So my next question to you. Everyone always talks about the book that changed their life or had a profound effect on them. What animation did that for you?
Cowboy Bebop, hands down, it was my first true introduction to anime. I was in Xavier Jones' manga class, and he put on Cowboy Bebop. This is the first episode where they had the girlfriend that's pregnant, but then she's actually not pregnant. And I was like, whoa, she was pregnant, but she's not pregnant. And all these things are going on, and they're using so much stuff. And just the story and even the background art was amazing. And Spike is like explaining martial art concepts, and just seeing how well the story was written definitely influenced me a lot. And then fast forward years later, you're working with Shinichiro Watanabe, and it's like, wow, I never in 1,000 years would have even
Wow,
dreamed or imagined that God would bless me with such an opportunity.
coolness. Um, my thing is in because I'm curious. How did you handle that? Because I know I go completely fanboy when I'm talking to people like, hey, hey. So it's like, how did you handle it?
Well, first, I came in to portray Whitney Houston.
Hmm.
So, first and foremost, I came in to do a job. After that was done,
Hmm.
after they finished and it took, I think, 7 hours.
Hmm.
It might have been 9 because I had to wait for 2. So it was 7 of actually just shooting and about 9 the whole process. And I remember at the end, I was talking to the agent that was representing me. And I asked him if I could talk to Shinichiro Watanabe and tell him how much his animation had influenced me. And he's like, he seems like he's in a good mood. I'll go and ask him. And Mr. Watanabe was floored that I was at 9 years old watching Cowboy Bebop. Yeah, I think, but I was so mature for my age, and I was able to break it down and really focus on the story and the concepts and the overall animation. And I told him that. And there was like a mutual respect from one end of the spectrum. I'm part of his legacy. As an
Coolness.
artist, when you create a masterpiece, you influence so many other people. It had to be very interesting for him to have someone who has built a modeling career internationally, crossed over into acting, crossed over into singing, done all these things, and have this person be humble enough to say, thank you, because you are part of what created me. You and your work brought me to where I am today. And I think when you're humble, you're not really being a fanboy or a fan girl. You're really telling this person, thank you, because what you have created has impacted my life. And now, not only did your masterpiece Cowboy Bebop impact my life, Carolyn Tuesday is a dream come true. I always wanted to work in the animation field. I never knew how much I missed animation, even though I work as a voice actress and I'm in and out of the industry. After I worked on Carolyn Tuesday, I decided to go back to school, change my career, and move towards becoming an anime director.
Okay.
And I wouldn't have had that had I not met him. I think there's God will put you in situations where you meet people that create a pivoting change for your career.
I see that. Cool. So my next question is what 2D animation needs is a lot more blank. What's in that
Diversity,
blank? Hmm?
diversity.
Cool. Um, I think the I was chatting with someone else about that recently, and I think it's the weirdest thing that when people say that word, they're going, "Oh, do you need us to change this?" I'm like, "That's a start." And then the other parts are like, "Why are you doing that?" So, um, yeah, I would heavily agree. It's an interesting time that we're into. Not only just diversity with race, culture, class, sex. Um, I think there's this other weird thing because there's so many different conversations, even across this the summit. there's so many different conversations happening in animation right now. For instance, there are subsets of that where everything in why is everything that's American and animated for adults? Why is it comedy? Then we have to do more experimentation and like diversify. Like where's the drama? Where's the sci-fi? Where's the horror? And so that's happening. And then on top of that, we have pioneers, and this is somebody who I'm looking forward to hopefully interview one day. Uh, Pioneers like Lauren Faust, who actually changed the way that, in my opinion, like without her, there wouldn't be things like Brave or like where females actually lead something like that. So, um, and for those who don't know who she is, it's like the idea of what is that? Wow, My Little Ponies, Friendship is Magic, DC Superhero Girls, and it's like, oh my gosh, a totally different voice, and it's not just people in front of the camera, but people behind the camera, people writing scripts, and people doing things a little bit different. And I think when that happens, you don't get the same story over and over again. You get to actually see it told in so many different ways. But yes, um, would you like to elaborate on that, or are you cool with that single answer?
Well, I think diversity in terms of roles and positions, diversity in terms of opportunities that are available to people. I think that animation is something that should be looked more, in a more broad spectrum, in a way that it should be more inclusive of different stories. A lot of times, if you have a Black production, it only gives you one image of a Black experience. You don't see a whole lot of variety there. Similarly, if you look at the roles in the industry, there's less than 2% of anime directors in Japan that are women. So we're looking at these type of things. And then diversity in terms of employment, diversity in terms of where can your career go in animation? What other opportunities? As an animator, you don't actually have to stay in 2D animation. You can go into a lot of different fields and cross over. So I would like to see a widespread change in the industry to where you have more opportunities and more chances. And the barriers to entry hurt a lot of the diversity. It's so hard to get a story out there that we don't even, some of the greatest anime hasn't been created because the opportunity to create it is not there.
Okay, that is the one thing I remember about you is, and if you might not even remember this, my mentor, uh, the late Denise McFall, who was the head of CE at the time, at the closing program, she asked, it's like, oh, let's hear from one of our students. And she put you on the spot and said, Phoenix, come and talk to us about, talk about your experience. And you're just like, oh, okay. Well, da da da. And you just went from it. And it was just like, and I think you even floored Denise because she was like, "Wow, imagine if she had been prepared." It's like, so yeah. Um, and to impress Denise was a major thing. So it was like she was just like, "Look at this! This is awesome." So I think I have a couple more questions for you. 22.
Well, thank you for sharing that. I did not remember, but now that you say it, I'm like, oh yeah, I did get 15 years is a long time.
Yeah, it is. And it's, I think the funniest weirdest thing is like talking to some of your classmates, and and one in particular, like I was talking to Alex last night, and she brought up something that I'm going, I don't recall that happening at all, but okay, cool. It's like, because she was saying that I had taken someone outside in the hallway, like someone was kind of going out of line with something, and I took them out in the hallway, and they said, and 5 minutes later they came back to class and they treated me different after that. And I was like, Sounds like something I would do. Don't remember it, but okay. It's like
I
it's
don't
crazy.
remember it at all.
Yeah, it's like
Because I'm trying to think who went out in the hallway, who did it?
it's like
Because I know it
yes,
wasn't me.
wasn't
Yeah,
you. And
it
I was
wasn't
going,
me. Because I'm like, I made sure that I was not going to get on your bad side. I just was like, nope.
but yeah, it's like it's. I don't think it. No one. I've had people where I've had to give. I ended up giving like a D in pre college. Don't no one. I think everybody in that class actually made out with an A. So which I don't give lightly. So let me ask you this, and this is a question we ask pretty much all of the panelists. With respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression or anxiety or procrastination? And if so, what do you do to push past it?
I think when I have a project, I don't deal with depression or anxiety is when I don't have a project that I do. But the thing is that on a real level, human to human, we all are going to face depression. We're all going to have difficult circumstances. And it's not something to be ashamed of. A lot of people feel like, oh, if I suffer from this, I should never talk about it. But one of the things is that everybody needs help. Everybody goes through trials and tribulations. And what helps me is that I pray. And in fact, even in Japan, my church family is so close knit. And I have that support network there. While I may not get the support from my family, I had to look at the fact that, well, a family, that's a big word. If I break it down and look at who supports me in my inner circle within my family, I have my mom. Sometimes she might not know the best answers or the best way to word something, but however, I know that she loves me. And I know that she will generally always point me to God. So if no one else understands my struggles or understands how can you earn a PhD at 22 and feel depressed, yeah, it can happen, then I can always turn to God. And joy will always come in the morning. I might cry myself to sleep at night, but I know that I give it to God. And then that gives me the joy in the morning.
Coolness. And thank you for that. It's like it's one of those things of I forget that a lot. Um, for me, I grew up in church and in Baptist church. Was one of the musicians. Always like played drums. Sometimes played like led choirs and things like that. So I was joking with someone recently that a lot of the gospel songs that I liked at the time, it was almost like schoolhouse rock because it kind of got implanted. And then as an adult, you're listening to the lyrics going, I needed to hear that now. Okay, cool. It's when you're young, because you hadn't really gone through that much yet, but like, I really like the way this sounds. This is good. And so it's like, it's in your head going, okay, I got that. Okay, cool. I'm there. Awesome. There's I'll send you a link later. I had a little faith test recently, actually dealing with the summit, so it's kind of funny. Um, Last question: does your approach to self care change when you're working on a personal project versus a project for a client or a job?
My source is always going to be God. And through everything that happens in my career, the good, the bad, I give it all over to God. And I think to put into perspective, anyone who works in the entertainment industry on the talent end, you're going to get probably 1,000 no's before you get one yes. Or going to the case of Carol and Tuesday, I didn't have to audition for that role. My career had put me in a position, God positioned me to be ready for that role. And when I
Awesome.
think about it, to prepare for it, I had 24 hours to sing. And the person that was managing me at the time, we had actually just ended our contract like the day before. So there was no manager to fall back on. There was no vocal coach. There was no huge supporting agency behind me. But I had to say, okay, God gives and God takes away. He gave me this. He took this, but he's still my source. He's my rock. And if I truly stand upon God as my rock, I know that I can get through anything. And that has always been what has kept me moving forward, and why I have always continued learning, why I've always reached out to do new things, is because no matter what I'm dealing with, God has that answer. And it can be the darkest of days. But when I call out, he might not come right when I call for him, but he'll never be late. He'll always be on time.
Loving that. And thank you for, again, one of those, thank you for that reminder because I forget that a lot. So thank you.
It's okay.
Coolness. All right. I am getting ready to sign off. Phoenix, thank you so much. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your schedule for this because, again, it was a surreal moment for me seeing how far you've gone, and I am blessed to have been like somewhere in that path. So thank you for saying hey.
Well,
Uh,
I want to say thank you as well for reaching out to me and for being that professor that definitely showed us a different side of education. You put us in a real world experience, and I think that was valuable.
cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. This has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Miss Phoenix DeJean. Signing off. Say bye.
Bye, darlings.
Alrighty. So that was Miss Phoenix. Um, Actually, I'll see if I can do. See if I can bring up a picture from the what is that thing called? I'll see if I can bring up one of the pictures that we have from 2005 because it came up pretty good. Actually, no, I just think I found the other one I was looking for. So this is we actually had uh, a reunion recently. So reached out and found out some of the people I'm still connected with. But there's Phoenix, and that's her back in 2005 and currently. So, uh, and it was kind of cool to catch up with everybody and just have a ball. Anyway, I think next week when we post all the replays, I actually do have this video as well as their student project that I'll be placing online. So, all right, enough about that. So, what you're looking at on my screen is this is one of the things from the 21 day boot camp that's going to be coming out. And what I wanted to do was talk to people about one, how rigging inside of Harmony works, as well as without it being too difficult, talking about things like the node view, like when people normally get freaked out by it, and how do you work different pieces and just kind of move around in the system with cutout or limited animation and getting things to work that way. If that will work. Ah, there you are. Yeah. So, yeah, little fun pieces like this and moving that little character around. So Shift B, Shift B, B. All right. So anyway, next up, we actually have a guest from Wacom, and Miss Elizabeth Garcia, who's actually the social media person or the in charge over at Wacom. So I'm going to pull that video up next. And I believe after that we have Miss Tasia Valenza. And yeah, that was pretty awesome talking to Tasia because you can actually hear not only the way she uses her voice as an instrument, it is incredible talking to that lady. So, all right, give me one quick moment. Let's pull up our next video here. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am sitting here chatting with someone from Wacom. This is Elizabeth Garcia, and I one not just because you guys are one of our sponsors, but I have had a love affair with Wacom for like ever, and so I am really glad you guys are a part of the summit this year, and I'm glad you came on to talk to us. So
Thank you, Tony. I'm glad to be here. Welcome's happy to support.
awesome. So let me ask you this, or if you can tell our audience exactly what is it that you do at Wacom?
Yeah, of course. Well, I'm Elizabeth Garcia. I've been at Wacom for 4 years. I'm their community manager, social media and PR, and I manage the Americas, so North America and South America. I curate content, I find artists, I help at events, I make sure that Wacom is mentioned in magazines and newspapers and cool articles in South America and elsewhere. And I do interviews like this to spread the word and spread the love. Been doing it for almost 4 years now, and just it's a blast. That's what I do.
Awesome. So yeah, I think I actually got to do a webinar with Wacom a couple of years ago, and it was just fun. And like I said, I love the product. And for lack of a better reference, I think everybody comes out with all these different companies coming out with their tablets and their different things like that. But you guys are kind of the Dyson, in my opinion, of like you guys are the top of the line. It was like, yes, we've got it right. This is what it is, and it's like I think you guys are the industry standard that everybody looks up to. So it's pretty cool.
Thank you. Yeah, Wacom's been making tablets, drawing tablets, and digital pen technology for over 35 years. So I think we've learned a thing or two in the span of 35 years. And we've always made artists our main audience. So we're here for artists, and we studied how artists work in order to make the best tool for them.
Coolness. So I have a question. This is the number one question I wanted. I was actually curious about this. In a world of soft and hard G GIFs, and by the way, I do believe it's pronounced GIF with a hard G. I'm curious: is there a rule or a company mandate at Wacom on how the company name should be pronounced?
The company's name is Wacom, but there is no hard rule or mandate. Um, we're all about just embracing diversity. So whatever you want to say, Wacom, Wacom. A lot of people call it Wacom. I'm not sure why. I don't see the Y in there. It's Wacom, and it's a compound word. Actually, it's a Japanese compound word. Wa meaning harmony and com meaning technology. So it's harmony and technology. Again, trying to make digital technology feel more human and just bringing that drawing experience as closely as possible to our natural handwriting experience. So it's Wacom, a compound word, not Wacom. But there's no mandate. You're free to call it Wacom if you want.
See, now it's one of those things of I've been doing trainings and I kept saying Wacom because again I saw it on the site, so I saw that exact story. I was like, that's the way I'm going to pronounce it, and the teachers are going, wait, why are you getting all fancy? I'm like, well, that's the way you say it. So,
It's not fancy. Yeah, I always wonder where the Wacom comes from. English is my second language, so I I pay attention to words, and I was like, where's the why? Why are they saying Wacom? But after traveling with Wacom around the U.S. in different conventions, you just get used to hearing so many different ways of so many variations of the name that we take it all. As long as we know it's us, we know it's us.
cool. So I once read a post where people were suggesting to use a piece of uncooked spaghetti for a Wacom nib. What's the weirdest Wacom fix it up story you've ever heard of?
Oh my God. So I manage social media. So as you can probably tell, people go to social media to share absolutely everything, especially on Twitter. So every day there's something new. I have heard the one about the spaghetti nib more than once. It's insane how many stories I have about the spaghetti nib. But just recently, I found a really unique one. Somebody was complaining about some ants getting into their Cintiq screen
Oh
and just
no.
being so distracting while they were drawing. The ants were like running, on the screen, and they contacted customer support, like, oh my God, Wacom, what do we do? How do we unscrew this thing? Like, oh my God, help us. And our customer support never really had encountered this problem. So we were like, we don't know what to do. And then on Twitter, the Twitter sphere came up with a solution. And they were like, you know what, just put some honey on the side of your Wacom, like on the corners. And the honey should drive the ants towards it and outside of the Wacom. And it worked, Tony. It worked.
Oh my gosh.
I know the ants were trapped in the honey. And they documented all this experience on Twitter, and it was hilarious to see that.
Oh my
But
gosh.
apparently it was a problem because so many people replied to that thread saying, thank you so much. I've been having insects inside my Wacom for a while, and I don't know what to do with them. So that was pretty bizarre. Yeah, I've also heard of people trying to make their own Wacom glove or drawing glove, and resorting to orphan socks and just literally eating your socks. Yeah, there's a whole how-to on YouTube. How to make your drawing glove. That's not necessarily a Wacom exclusive. I guess you could make a glove for any drawing tablet, but it was one of our users making that how-to video. And you don't have to buy a glove; just find one of those orphan socks.
Okay, I'm still getting over the honey dipped Cintiq. That
Yeah,
is like,
just put some honey
wow.
in the corner, on the corner, and it worked. I just can't believe it worked.
That is crazy.
Yeah, but definitely Twitter is a place to go for funny stories and some tragic stories too. So many mishaps in the middle of deadline stress. So I do feel for our artists, and thankfully we have an excellent customer care team trying to help. But do not use spaghetti nibs; they will scratch your Cintiq surface or your tablet surface. It's just not a good. We don't endorse that solution at all.
Cool. Like I said, I thought I would ask you.
No, it's it's gonna scratch it, and then that's going to be way more distracting and expensive than just buying units.
Cool. Now, do you have your own personal favorite Wacom product? And if so, what is it and why?
Yes, I do. I'll show you. I've been using this baby forever. It's my Intuos Pro Medium. This was given to me during my first day at Wacom. Confession that I have to make. Before working at Wacom, I had never even heard of Wacom. I had no idea. I wasn't in the illustration world or in the animation world. I came from the ad agency world, and nobody at the ad agencies was doing like illustration or involved animation. They were just doing basic graphic design with a mouse. So the first time I heard about Wacom was when I was looking for a job that day. And later, of course, I became a Wacom expert. But this was my first Wacom, and the first time I ever saw one, it was an Intuos Pro Medium. And I like it because it's really helped me get over my carpal tunnel. I was, always working online with a mouse or a trackpad was really, I was a skeptic at first. I was like, there's no way I'm going to get used to doing like surfing the web with a pen. And yeah, within, I'd say a month, I couldn't imagine going back to using the trackpad, the trackpad. And now I also like it because I move a lot. I go from place to place. I work at coffee shops. I work at my friend's house. I work in my living room, sometimes in my bedroom. And it's something that's quick and easy to move around. It's also got the Pro Pen 2, which is an amazing tool, an amazing pen. And it's so sturdy. I've had it for 4 years. It's gone through a lot of falls and, through my messenger bag. I don't have like a little case for it. I just stick it in there. And it's such a trooper. It's very sturdy and I love it. It is my favorite Wacom product. I always recommend it, especially when I'm working with artists starting out who are adamant about getting a Cintiq, but just they maybe can't afford it or they're not ready for it. I always tell them, like, you know what? Try the Intuos Pro or an Intuos. They're legendary. They're our best-selling tablet for a reason. And it's because once you buy one, it's going to be your baby for a very long time. Like you won't need another one. So I love Intuos Pro. Absolutely. I highly recommend it for people starting out or even advanced artists. I know some amazing artists of very high caliber still working on an Intuos Pro.
I have I have an Intuos Medium as well. And I think I might have actually got mine before you all started doing the Pro distinction. I could be right. It's a medium because mine looks a little bit different than yours. And yeah, I've had it for years. It's like, and before that I had right when you guys first came out with the Bamboo, I had like the first generation Bamboo. And I had that for a while until I started actually I got this one right around when I did the webinar with Wacom. And yeah, I love it because it's like if I need to travel somewhere, I just pop it directly into my bag. There's no extra case, that I have to use. The funniest thing is traveling with it on an airplane and trying to convince them it's not a computer, it's just a tablet. I'll put it separate if you need, but
Yeah,
it's like trying to explain to them.
yeah, it's funny. Yeah, also trying to work on it in the plane is hard, but I don't know. I once tried to have a little photo shoot in the plane, trying to convey how portable it was. Look, guys, you can work with a Wacom Intuos Pro anywhere. Yeah, not on a plane, guys. There's just not enough room. But for sure, I love it. It's one of my favorite tools. Very popular among photographers. And it's one of the more affordable ways to get access to the Intuos, to the Pro Pen, which is the best pen that we've ever made, in my opinion.
Okay. All right, so I do have a question for you. And I know you're saying that you're not an artist, but I am curious about this question. Um, Everyone always talks about a book that they love that either changed their life or had a profound effect on them. What animation did that for you?
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with it. Maybe you're not. But growing up in Mexico, it was a comic and then later turned into an animation from Argentina called Mafalda. And she was a very feisty
Okay.
character, and the stories were always just everyday moments that she would use dark humor to make them more interesting. And as a child, maybe not understanding the dark humor, I just thought she was the coolest and the most rebel-like character I've ever met. She also has this like crazy afro. She's so incredibly different looking from the pretty princess characters that I was introduced to. So Mafalda is definitely one of them. On a more mainstream level, I think Shira. I grew up in the 80s in Mexico, and we would get He-Man and Shira translated, like subtitled. And I would watch it all the time with my brother. And I specifically like Shira, obviously, because she was cool. And unlike any other of the animations that I was watching, this girl was not afraid of anything. She wasn't delicate. She was in some ways smarter and stronger than He-Man. And I just love Shira. I don't know if it changed me in a profound way, but it definitely gave me a different perspective. Like, okay, the hero doesn't always have to be this strong, scary, rugged-looking man. Sometimes it's this beautiful princess who's really strong. And at the time, that was my introduction to a strong leading girl, and it was through animation because I still wasn't seeing it in movies. Girls were still being rescued by guys in the movies I was watching, and one of the first times I saw the opposite was through an animation through Shira. So yeah, I think it changed just the way I thought about heroes and strength, because she was also very wise, or she still is. So yeah, Shira and Mafalda, for those of you, if you guys know anything about South American animation and cartoons, I mean, she's huge and she's still a cult classic. I'll send you a little link to her work so you know what I'm talking about.
I was about to say,
She's so unique looking.
definitely
She's
gonna look
like
that
in
up.
the style of
Like-
Snoopy, like very simplistic design. The character is just, it's not anything elaborate, but it's through story and humor and her smarts. She outsmarts all the adults, and she's often used in political satire cartoons now because she's so smart. She's like a smart ass. So I love her. As a little girl, I didn't really understand the context of all of the stuff she was presenting, but I knew that she was causing trouble, like good trouble, like making people question things. And I love that about Mafalda. To this day, I love Mafalda, and she's a cult classic in South America.
Cool. Have you
Yes, I
watched-
have. It's also what makes you stand out. It's as important as finding your style is finding that voice and that avenue to communicate with your audience. Your fans are going to identify you not just by your style, but by how you treat them. You know, are you somebody who's teaching a lot and sharing tips? Are you helpful? Or are you somebody that's just, you know, putting work out there, just talking at people, not talking with people? Social media lets you experiment, you know, having conversations with your audience, with other creatives, with brands. Every day I get, you know, emails from artists or Instagram messages from artists from all over North America and South America looking for opportunities, asking me how they could collaborate with Wacom. If they didn't have an Instagram, I couldn't find them. They wouldn't even be on my radar. So many artists that I work with that Wacom is currently working with, we found thanks to social media. Yes, there are places like ArtStation, you know, who do a great at having this very large directory, but that's a static thing. You know, once you put something there, it's there forever. That back and forth, that sort of a social aspect that Instagram brings, is just, it's invaluable to me as a social media manager. And if I'm doing it, other brands are doing it. If I'm doing it, studios are doing it. You know, that's how we find talent. So yes, absolutely include it as part of your hustle. If you're creating every day, obviously focus on your art, but pay close attention to how you're sharing your art. Please share your art. I know it's scary, but it's how you're going to get better. It's how you're going to get found. And it's also honoring your art, you know, let it be seen. It's beautiful and all, but when it's appreciated and loved and shared, then as an artist, I imagine it's even more of a mission accomplished. You know, it's not just that I got it out of my head, it's now out in the world. And I can't think of a better tool than social media, especially things like Instagram, because I'm telling you, every day I spend hours on Instagram talking to artists, coordinating collaborations with artists, finding their work, sharing it, shouting out. It's just how we talk now. It's just how we communicate. It's so much easier for me to send an Instagram message to an artist than to draft an email that's going to take me, 10, 15 minutes, while I can have a full-on chat on Instagram with them directly. So yeah, absolutely, talent scouts and content curators like me are using that. So if you want to be found, if you want to be talked about, if you want to be featured, use social media. It's part of the hustle.
All right. Had to pull that. I think we were having some technical difficulties. We kept losing sync. But there is more to that interview. We'll be posting that a little bit later. I'm going to check a few things here. Let me double check our timing. So yeah, it was fun chatting with Elizabeth and learned a few things. And this is again, we're going to be posting starting next week. We'll be posting the interviews in their entirety. Uh, so it's like I'm going to be doing a playlist that actually has it's just the strict, just the straight interviews without me playing DJ in the middle of them. So you'll be able to catch those starting out Monday, and we're going to be trickling them down. And we're also going to be running our social media is if it was the same way it was supposed to be running this week, which did not. But we're going to be running that next week, and you'll be able to see what's going on. Only thing that's different next week, we won't be doing any giveaways. Well, at least not from Wacom. Maybe Tony Teacher, maybe some of my other colleagues have some giveaways to do. But we'll be getting that running. Let me double check my timing here. Because I believe we have Teja Valenza coming up, but I want to make sure we're doing the right timing here. You're still not getting email notifications. Do I need to sign up again? Okay, quick question. And I will double check this. I know that we sent out one this morning. If you sign up for, are you talking about, or did you sign up for the email list like last year, or are you talking about recent, like this year? Because we can, I think the way the email went out today was for the people that actually signed up this year. Because the danger is when someone signs up for like the previous year, we have to see how many bounces we're going to get back. But we can try to send that out. What I'll probably do is if I can do a hey, would you like to stay on this list? We'll send it to the full list. Interesting. Okay, let me check into that. Let me check into that because that's a little odd. That should have actually gone through. Because again, I sent out. It would have been something probably first thing this morning to see if you actually got that. So. Alrighty. So I've got a few things to set up. Hopefully I'm getting that sync problem fixed. Let's see, where are we at? Okay, 11:07. Not bad. Okay, we're almost there. So what I want to do, da, 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 da. Temporary. So I'm just kind of playing around with this little stick guy for a second and break a couple of rules here. Okay, dokie. I'm going to and by the way, animate. If I'm right, I think you have my email address. Drop me an email. I want to double check what your email address is and see why that's not going through. All right. All right. So next up, we have Miss Tasia Valenza. So I'm going to get ready to pull that video up. I don't want to jump too early. Okay, so where is that? All right, give me one brief second here. Will the 2019 2D Summit be available to rewatch on your website? Good question. That is something that is actually going to be, we are going to be releasing that. It's not going to be on the website. It will actually be released. We think it will be on YouTube. We're not sure. But yes, we are talking about releasing the interviews of that. And the one weird thing was I was trying to, because we did change the whole format from last year, instead of having it behind a pay gate, we did want to change the format. And even though it is our call to go, yeah, we're going to make it free now, we're trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? Trying to be fair to the people who did actually who did do the pay gate. We will probably be releasing that. I would dare argue we'll know exactly where it's going to be in November, but it's probably leading toward that it's going to be a playlist on YouTube. Oh, and to further push something, the summits will be free from now on. There actually won't be any. Be any pay gates. So, just letting you know. So this isn't just free just because of COVID or anything, and we're not virtual because of COVID. Because we were virtual, that it like even in its infancy. So, but yeah, good question. Thank you for bringing it up. All right, so I'm getting ready to go ahead and start a little bit early and bring up Tasia's video. One, she has an incredible voice, and two, she has an app that she has for what is that called? Oh yeah, it's a meditation app, and her voice is just good grief. It's sometimes you actually hear those people who are when they're talking that even if they are, I don't know, reading the ingredients to a cereal box or I don't know, a recipe on how to make a PB&J sandwich, it sounds awesome. Yeah. So anyway, let me go ahead and grab this file. And hopefully our sync is in play. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am honored and privileged to be sitting with Miss Tasia Valenza. And to actually say, I'm one of those people, and this is going to sound vain, but people are constantly telling me that I have a great voice, and I'm like, well, thank you. And then I hear this lady, I'm just like, oh, I am not worthy. So it's
Oh,
like,
not
so
even. It's not, there's not a competition. There's, again,
not
plenty of room for all.
awesome. So Tasia, welcome. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and why do you think I brought you onto the summit?
Well, a little about myself is I am an Emmy-winning voiceover artist and a passionate speaker and teacher of what it means to give great voice. So that is the art of confident verbal communication, utilizing the skills of an actor and a voiceover actor in your own life. And so I've been not only giving great voice as an actress first, for 35 years altogether between acting and voiceover acting. And I appear in pretty much all forms of voiceover. I love it, I'm passionate about it, and I do everything but audiobooks. So animation and commercials and narrations and promos and radio imaging. And I think based on the fact that I do give great voice to animation, that's why you thought of having me on.
Awesome. So yes, the fact, yes, you do some awesome voices for animation, but in addition to that, because of the theme of this year's summit, I wanted to really talking about both mental or health, like health and mental health, especially for
Yeah.
artists and animators. And I remember seeing some of the things you're doing on LinkedIn. I was just like, oh, cool, this would be kind of cool, because I was trying to expand it this year to add voiceover
Yeah.
talent. And then I saw some of your posts, like, oh my gosh, I really have to have you on the summit. So
Yeah.
thank you again so much for that. I'm curious. You said something that someone has, the reason I said the whole voice thing is because someone did ask me about doing audiobooks. You said everything but audiobooks. Is that a plan to do those later, or that's just where you draw the line?
That's a great question. I draw the line only because uh, audiobooks are a marathon for the voiceover actor, and I am a sprinter. So
I
it's
love that.
hours and hours of recording, and I just don't have it in me. And I'm meant to do short, intense, narrations, meaning a 2-hour job is great. Audiobooks can be 10, 15 hours, depending just the recording. To get even like the 6-hour book, you can do 20 hours of recording. And so I love the art of storytelling, and I admire those voiceover artists that do it. But I know for me that that's not my wheelhouse. So that's why.
Thank you for that. And that is not the answer I expected, but it's definitely the answer that I needed to hear. Because it's like, because I do see where people are going, well, yes, it's you, if we're going to pay you, it's this much for a completed hour, yada yada yada. And you're right, it does take from doing interviews and even tutorials. It's like, okay, you're watching that 5 minute thing. Okay, it took a lot longer to get there. So
Yes, yes. And so I work in mediums like promos and narrations, and a lot of these mediums are very quick turnover, but meaning that you need to be available quickly and flexibly. So if you're not, you miss out on those jobs. So that's another reason. Those people that are committed to doing audiobooks, a lot of them end up just making that their format and their medium, and they're incredible. And I took a class over the weekend with some of the best teachers doing it, and just to realize that, nope, this is not for me. So it was great for me to find that out. But that's the great thing about voiceover. There's so many mediums that you can give great voice to, and I just love all of them. And I love audiobooks, but again, it's for those that want to tell those long format stories.
excellent. So I am curious, if you don't mind me asking, and this is not a question I sent you. You were saying earlier that you were doing a recording. Do you have, like, I've recorded and everything from just hiding under the blankets to when I did stuff for Linda, I was in a whisper room.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of setup do you have at home?
Yes, I'm one of the forerunners of the good old-fashioned closet that I've done my voiceover work for the last 25 years. It was just by accident because I was starting to work from home 20 years ago. And I had normally, back then, we all went to studios all the time, our agencies and studios. And then I started doing promos from home. And again, I used to drive to the promo studio at ABC, and then I got this box called the Telos, made that technology where you could just use ISDN lines and work from home. And my friend came over to help me try to set up a booth. And he said, you know what, your closet will work. And the clothes dead in the room. And so I set up a computer desk and my microphone in the closet. And I worked there for 20 years. And then I moved to this house, which is bigger. And I thought, oh, I have this office here and I was going to set up a booth in here. And then I checked out the closet and I was like, I'm going back in the closet. So, so with great acoustic deadening, which is your clothes, and a great microphone that doesn't pick up room sound, like the Sennheiser Shotgun 416, and a good computer and an Apogee One, an interface, you can have professional quality. I just recorded something for the NFL yesterday. So yeah, it's amazing how technology has allowed us to use closets. And I've traveled all over the world doing voiceovers in closets. So yeah, I think it's really more about having good equipment and then the clothes to deaden the sound, and you're good to go.
That is, I can't tell you how awesome that is to hear, because I think everyone's like, I need to have this thing, and
Right.
I saw this acoustic foam and these acoustic panels, and I need this shield.
It's very expensive and it's very overwhelming at times. So yeah, it's not necessary. It's more about the recording equipment and a good microphone, and of course, testing it out to hear when you record that it's dead clean sound and you're not picking up room tone. But I can attest that it's worked for me and it can work for you.
Awesome. I can. You're talking about traveling. I can imagine you going in like, and we have this room. Yes. Let me just see the closet. That's,
Right?
that's what I need to see.
That's true.
Where's the closet?
It's funny. I recorded some of the Airbnbs, and I'm like, I'm in the closet again. You caught me. And so, and I love the small ones where like there's clothes on both sides. It's really amazing. Again, how far we've come. When I first started doing voiceovers, I didn't take a long honeymoon because I was worried about losing one of my promo jobs. I wanted to go to Italy and I had to bypass it because I couldn't afford to be away that long. And they call it the golden handcuffs. And now we have much more freedom because of technology.
Awesome. So I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a question I asked of a couple of directors as well as animators. Everyone always talks about the book that changed their life or had a profound effect on them. What animation did something like that for you?
Oh, wow. That's a great question. What animation? I would have to say, gosh, as a child, I was in love with all of the, Cinderella and Snow White. I was truly, I guess, I could give my hats off to Fantasia, since my name comes from there.
Oh, wow.
But truthfully, it wasn't my favorite because it wasn't enough like going on, at the time. I appreciated it as I got older. But I would say the Pixar movies really started changing my world. I remember I think my first Toy Story, and I think I was just magically transported and forever changed by not only the story but the animation.
Coolness. I think the thing I like about Toy Story, not necessarily, or actually, let me rephrase that. The thing I like about Pixar, because when it came about, I think I was teaching, and then also understanding. I don't know 3D, but I know certain things are the quote unquote holy grail of that. Like, okay, can you when they finally got to the point that they can make realistic looking hair, and so it was. I think it was. So we started watching the movies in a certain way. So I remember teaching my students about this. Like Monsters Inc. They're like, hair. Oh, by the way, here's some hair. And like where Sully falls in the snow and the wind just blowing, and it's like, okay, now you guys are showing off. And then they ended up doing. I think this is in order. When they did Finding Nemo, there's like the other holy grail is water. And so they're doing this whole thing. And then when The Incredibles came out, they wet the hair. And it's just like, you guys, that is just not cool. So it's like there's these little things. And I think after so many things, after breaking all the holy grails, they finally got to just do, okay, we're now just going to focus on on stories. But yes,
Right.
that's what I like about Pixar. Is like everyone's talk about the story. I'm going, what are they gonna do next? What are they
Right,
gonna?
because
It's like,
you're focused on that animation aspect, and I'm focused more on the emotional storytelling, and of course the voice. I loved the voices, and how magically and transforming they were. It was just a magical story, and continues on, and mostly everything they've made, I've been in love with.
awesome. So I have another question that I ask. I love asking the people this because I think everyone has their where their no's are. But what is the thing if you said not even for 25K would I do a voiceover for blank? And I want to know what's in that blank, if anything. And to be clear, the 25K is something, not only is it reasonable, it's actually quite generous for what they're asking. What's your no?
What's my no? Gosh. I've gotten to a point where I have a very difficult time saying yes to do anything that is promoting, you know, something that I value wise is beyond the scope of violence that I can tolerate, as a human. I mean, I really feel strongly about, I really like to be in things that make me feel as good or better. I mean, I like a good story, but if it's something where I'm emotionally horrified by something, like I wouldn't be in any kind of especially on camera, I wouldn't be in any horror film. I would not be in a horror film. So
Okay.
I guess if there was an animated horror video game, I would, I think at this point I would have to pass because I really try to kind of be in the positive energy places. And I guess for my own, I have children now, so I guess I'm just a little bit more sensitive to things that didn't used to bother me. Now they do. So I'm really just becoming a little bit more aware of like where I want to put my energy.
I like that. And I want to hit that on two folds. One, I was just having a conversation with someone else where they're talking about in America where almost all of the adult 2D animation, or that sounds weird, but all of the where everything always it's the any animation that's not for kids, it's always still leaning towards very towards comedy, and there is the question about the future of animation for grown-ups is like, okay, well, where is the sci-fi? Where is the horror? Where is the drama? So I think there are some movements coming that way. So just just be
Yeah,
aware.
it's good to know where I'll choose. I like drama. I like comedy. I just don't know that I'll be in the horror genre. But thankfully, I'm sure there's many artists that are fine with it. So that's the beauty of it, is that, I can focus on what I want, and there's always going to be somebody who will love to do that.
Right. And the second part of that, yeah, I was watching one of my favorite shows. One of the repeats of one of my favorite shows, Leverage, and I remember I was telling my wife, I was like, either I'm really tired or it was like right at the it was a pilot episode, and it's at the end where it's just an extra talking about something, and they were talking about how this company they killed our daughter. They said it was an accident, and so the lady's giving this delivery, and I'm watching this, and I'm thinking I have watched this I don't know how many times, and it just hit me different. And
Hmm.
I think as you said, like once you have a kid, it's like you're watching whatever and it's normal, and then it's like, okay, that commercial got me, or
Well,
it's
because once you're a parent, it's like every kid can be your kid. You don't have that
yes,
perspective before. It's like, oh, okay, that's a shame. But now it's like, oh my God, that could be my child. So it does change you. It changes as a mother. I mean, on a whole cellular level, I can't tolerate things that I used to be able to tolerate, and I also get more emotional at things I didn't get emotional. So it's just, I think that's just the nature of evolution as humans.
awesome. So my next question to you, speaking of no's, what is the hardest no that you've ever had to give to a client?
It's the hardest no. um, I stopped also pretty much doing political ads because, again, that was a no that I had to give because even though I loved working with a client, I just didn't want to engage one way or the other in terms of that's just not my wheelhouse right now that I want to focus my energy on. And even though I loved the client, I had to say no. So it's something that, we have to find what works for us. And for me right now, I have some passions that I want to work on and some areas that I would rather not.
Awesome. I think and I love the fact that you keep speaking on where you spend your energy.
Yes,
And
because which is really like, I love you to ask me some of my yeses, because I'm really more about yeses than I am about nos.
ooh, okay,
Fair enough.
fair enough. It's like I'm like it's like okay, what
Yeah, I
is
mean, boundaries are good, but I mean, I'd rather focus on like what excites me, what is, I want to go towards and what I can share my passion about.
awesome? Then let me ask you
Yeah.
this. Let me ask you this then. To date, what's your favorite yes within your career?
Oh, see, I love that question. My favorite yes would be was to take on this affirmation meditation app because that was supposed to just be a quick job, and I ended up working with them and saying, I'm a passionate believer in this, and I would love to become a partner. And they, we went back and forth, and then they offered it to me, and I said yes. So it was, I wasn't going to get any more money up front. Originally, I was going to get money, and as the voiceover artist, and I took it, and I still haven't made a penny for it, but I've made something that I'm really proud of that makes the world better for it, and that's made me really happy to be a part of something using my voice for good, is what I like to say. And then I have one more only because I donated my voice for the Wildlife Animal Sanctuary, which is this beautiful sanctuary that takes care of exotic animals from all over the world. And again, I donated my voice for 2 years to it and then won an Emmy for it. So the two times that I've really been passionate about something and said yes and not worried about the money, incredible things have come from it.
That is awesome. And I do want to, what is it? What is it? Not, it's not an excuse, but I will tell you, because this is one of the things. When you asked me about the summit, the one thing I don't think I actually did mention, and I was talking to a colleague about this, and they're like, "Well, why are you doing this?" And I said, because my thing is mainly in training, so technically I've never really worked in production for animation, unless it's just like little independent projects here and there.
Mm-hmm.
But what I found is, unfortunately, I think a lot of times I'll see when people talk about our business, it's always the rainbows and unicorns, and I'm like, yeah, that exists, but
Right.
you have to talk about the other part. And so,
I can
and
appreciate that. It's
I
good
found,
to.
yeah, I found
Good
myself
to
like on there was one panel I was on at a convention, and it it felt really weird that I was probably one of the only people that didn't work in studio that was on
hmm
the panel, and so everyone kept coming down. They're like, "Hey," and they're like, "Hey, if you're interested in this," and da 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 da, and it was this, and so I'm at the end of the table, and I go, and I literally think I said, it's like, "Okay, now I'm going to tell you stuff you don't want to hear." so so I was like,
You're that guy.
"I'm that guy."
I can appreciate that. We all have our roles, right?
Yeah.
Where our strengths are, and I think it's really important to have both. For me, I definitely, as you can hear, I live in the world of like, how I can serve and make more positive because it's the only way I can survive. Otherwise, the anxiety and challenges right now would just send me into a tailspin.
I hear you on that, and I think as someone who's a firm believer in things like the law of attraction
Yep.
and positive energies,
Yep.
I don't think that we're connected right now by accident, and it's kind of I call them matrix moments occasionally, because it's like
Yeah.
where you're going like, wait a minute, what is it you do that? It's like, and so like what I was telling you earlier, I was sharing with my wife. I said, by the way, the person I'm interviewing, this is the app, and what am I trying to work on? Trying to get more into meditation and things like. Did I mention I have an app? Really? That's
Yes.
interesting. And then on top of it, again, hearing your voice, because there are voiceover people that I've met, and again, getting compliments on your voice is one thing, or loving the sound of your own voice is one thing.
Hmm.
But then I've run into some people where I'm going like, wow, your voice, you do voiceover work, you get paid, because I'm thinking like, so it's one thing to hear, or even if I'm trying to listen to an audiobook, if it's like, it could be
Oh,
the
yes.
most awesome book, but it's like, oh my gosh, your voice,
Yes.
I cannot right now. It's
I
like,
can appreciate that. That's another reason yes, I have turned off books that I cannot listen to. And that's one of the reasons I also made the affirmation meditation app, is because there's so many meditations that I love the words, but not the message, but not the messenger. So when I made mine, I had the intention of not only saying beautiful words, but saying them in a way that was very soothing and compassionate and loving, and making it so that you get a bath of self-love in that 10 minutes. And that's exactly what a great voiceover artist knows how to do, to tell the story and, play the role as intended. Meaning, my intention was to make somebody feel really relaxed very quickly.
that is, I'm laughing because you're saying that, but it's like, you're doing the voice. I hear that you're doing the voice. It's like,
I do whatever voice I'm intending to say. My voice changes
yes,
depending on it. Yes.
exactly.
That's what I teach. I teach how to give great voice, understanding the role you're playing, who are you speaking to, what do you want, meaning how do you serve the scene, and how does your voice support that intention. So my voice tends to go into modulation of whatever I am, what role that I'm even sharing about.
I love that, because when I was teaching college, I would get on my students and I was teaching them. I said, the voice that you use when you're talking to your friends is not the voice you use when you're talking to your parents. It's
Exactly.
not the voice you use when you're talking to your grandparents. It's also not the voice you use when you're trying to date someone.
Correct.
So,
That's exactly what giving great voice is understanding your role and becoming more conscious of it, because we
yes,
usually do it unconsciously. But when we want to direct it, we can be much more successful in how we communicate, because we can recognize that's maybe not, what voice are we using to get the investment, to get the job, to get the audience to come with us on the story, and if we're not aware of it, then we won't be able to play that role well, because we still might be using the voice that we're using for our friends or our mothers, or
right.
and that's not the voice we want to use to play other roles successfully.
Yeah, one of the panelists and my good friend Lamont was making fun of me, because we're kind of throwing jabs at each other during the interview, and he's just like, you're doing the voice again, you're doing the Tony Fans. Like, dude, I have to go into this voice, and so we're just chatting back and forth, and then I'm editing the videos and I'm listening to when I'm talking to some people, and even when I was talking to I'm trying to think, when I was talking to Dan Flores, and he has this, it's very cool, laid back the way he talks, and so that's the way I talk to him, and it's like, and I'm catching myself going, oh my gosh, am I making fun of them, or am I trying to? It's like I feel it's that whole little. Uh, it's a totally different zone, and then I have rather, I guess the term I'll say androgynous or very flamboyant friends that I've known since high school,
Uh-huh.
and then I switch into what you doing, how you doing,
Right,
what's going on.
right.
It's like,
I think that's under NLP, which is neuro linguistics programming, that we try to, people like them. So when we're around other people and we can kind of speak the way they speak, then we engage better, because they're like, oh, I get you, you get me. So it's really good to be a chameleon in that way, that you can actually, make more connection when you can be flexible and engage, how is this person speaking, and can I kind of mirror them?
that is pleasant to hear. I definitely do that when I visit my in-laws in the Appalachian Mountains. I definitely do that. So it's
Yeah, right.
funny.
My kids are always saying that I add an accent on when I'm speaking to someone with an accent, and it just
Yes.
becomes unconscious. I just don't. Because like my ear is so attuned. So you have a great ear. You have a great ear.
Coolness. So, my question to you, and this is actually a shout out to a friend and colleague of mine. I call him my Mel Blanc,
Uh-huh.
Mr. Demarcus Hill. So I want to ask this question. Can anyone be a cartoon voice actor? Isn't it just about making funny voices, or is there more to it than that?
Well, it's the beginning of it is if you can make those cartoon voices, that's the start. That's where a lot of people get there. There's a couple of voiceover artists that have shown up on America's Got Talent and become superstars. I don't know if they've become voiceover superstars, but what they've been doing in a closet or in the mirror for 20 years, they took on the stage, and it's unbelievable. And a lot of that's mimicry. But generally speaking, it's a starting point, but you need to learn the craft of acting. And there is a craft to regular on-camera theater acting. Each one has a different, and there's a craft to voiceover acting. So I would say, in a nutshell, that it's a great start, but you have to learn skills to add on to that. And also, again, learning the technical, how to work a microphone, how to be in a studio, how to, and then the business of it. So it's not enough, but it's certainly something that if you have the passion and then you could take it to the next step, it's going to be wonderful.
Awesome. I think it's a quick question, but I'm curious on something because I didn't ask this earlier when we were talking about the closet. Do you edit your own sound, or do you have someone for that?
Yes. No, generally speaking, when I record, sometimes I'm recording and they're the ones editing it, right in real time, or they take the audio. If I'm recording it on my end, I always send raw files and they edit. So no, there are people that are great at editing too. I am not one of them.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, I can edit out the words and the breaths and stuff, but in terms of the mixing and the sweetening, that is, there's some tech savvy voiceover artists that do that. But most clients want to have control over the files, and they actually don't want the compression and all the things that, fancy, you can get fancy. So I noticed a lot of times it's actually better not to do that.
Interesting. Good to know. So you've done a lot of voices for characters to date. Do you have a favorite? And if so, why is it your favorite?
It's like asking which is my favorite child. So I have a hard time with that. I love all the characters I've played, especially in animation. But some of the more iconic ones that I'm known for is the poisonous Poison Ivy and General Shakti in the Clone Wars. And I just played this really cool badass mom in Star Wars Resistance, Vanessa Doza. I kind of in love with her right now because she's one of my more recent, and also she's a mother and a badass. So she's a star fighter from the Resistance, and she also is a compassionate and kind mother. So I admire her a lot and love her, channel her.
Awesome. Okay. We have arrived at our last question.
Great.
And this is the question I've asked of every panelist as the theme of this year's summit. With respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression or anxiety or procrastination? And if so, what helps you push past that?
Yes, to all those things. Anxiety, procrastination, absolutely. And depression. Yeah, definitely, because I'm pushing myself to, again, voiceover is the easiest job because you're basically taking scripts that are handed to you and then giving life to them, but that comes easily to me. Teaching and becoming a coach and a speaker, that has pushed me a great deal out of my comfort zone because I'm creating content all the time and courses. And there are times where I question, like, oh my gosh, should I be doing this? Do I have something to say? And then I have to utilize the skills that I have in my app, which is my own self-speak. I talk about speaking the language of self-love. And I recognize that my thoughts are not me. So I separate out like, oh, I'm having an anxious thought now. And I use it as an opportunity to sit back and then take a breath and then say, reaffirm myself that, yeah, no, I have many things to say, very important things to say, very wonderful things to say, and I can do this. So it's really, it comes down to that our brains are like our computer system, and a lot of us are running off of very old programs, that hard drives that don't work, and we need software updates. And changing our mindset is the way to do that. And I use to how to give great voice, meaning that voicing affirmations, I am, I have, over and over again, to re-up the programming and to remind ourselves that, yeah, we can do this, we can do this. And inevitably it works. So that is the system that I use, and that is the system that I teach.
That is, I like that. I like the computer thing because I totally get that now. It's like that is
The
super.
analysis, yeah, the metaphor is that, would you run a computer that was a year old without updating the software?
No.
Right. We're running 0 to 7. That's when we're like 90% of our subconscious is trained before we even knew. And we're running on these old programs, but most of us don't recognize that that's running our brains. And so those fearful thoughts, those negative thoughts are unfortunately much of it given in our childhood. And we just take it as truth until we start questioning it and recognizing that, wow, that we have 60 to 70,000 thoughts a day downloading unchecked. And most people don't even question them. So the idea is to start becoming the witness, like, I am having an anxious thought. I am feeling sad. And also, feeling our feelings fully and not trying to distract ourselves from them and deny them. That's another thing. It's like I have some good cries during my processes of making things, because I feel the feelings. And then once I feel them, I feel much better because I've expressed my fears and not kept them bottled up. That's another thing. Isolating and staying internally can really be a very scary place. And so it's really important to have support. It's important to support ourselves, and it's important to name it. It has much less power over us when we name it.
I am liking that, and you're giving me things to do. Thank you. I'm writing that down now.
I'm glad.
That is awesome. Well, Tasia, thank you so much. Let me ask you, tell our listeners, where can we find out more information about courses you're doing? Tell us more about the app. Where can we find you on social media?
Sure. So I'm all over the place on Tasia Valenza, which is on Instagram and LinkedIn and Facebook and Twitter. And then I have a website, Give Great Voice, which is the speaking one and the teaching one, which I'm going to be doing my first Give Great Voice 30-day challenge November 2nd, which is going to be kind of like a masterclass. But it's going to be done really fun with micro learning. So it's going to be simple to do a few minutes a day. And so they can come to my website, Give Great Voice, and leave their email to sign up, or, again, DM me or go to Tasia Valenza and look at my animation reels. So I'm kind of all over the place, but my intention is to do this 30-day challenge as my next big project, which is going to be this wonderful community. And I'm going to be, teaching this art of confident verbal communication, utilizing the skills of a voiceover actor, and also, again, utilizing the holistic of how do we give great voice to ourselves, for ourselves, and to deepen our relationships.
Awesome. Great. Thank you. This has been so great. And
thank you so much for having me.
Yes, I'm glad we finally connected. This is really awesome.
Yes, I hope it's helpful for your students and your viewers.
I hope so too. I was joking with my colleague Mark Simon that I do the summit and I'm talking to 20 plus people. I was like, technically I'm asking questions from me, but if they get something out of it, cool.
You know what? That is a great gift. If you're going to put out all that effort, which is so wonderful that you do it, isn't it great that you're gaining knowledge from it too? Why not? I think it's wonderful. And also, if you're intrigued with these things, very likely that others are as well.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Tony.
All right. Thank you, Tasia. All right, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Tasia Valenza. Thank you again so much. I really appreciate it. And it's been awesome listening to you. You could have been telling me how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but you were telling me really deep stuff, so I appreciate that as well.
Thank you.
All right, have a good one.
You too.
Alrighty. So yeah, Tasha's awesome. I think I was recording. We did that interview, and it was like last week. I think I was teaching almost 13 plus hours a day. I had several different classes I was teaching back to back, which I hadn't planned on, which is one of the reasons I'm a little bit of a wreck this week. But the funny thing was there are so many outtakes from the start of that, and it was cool because she was talking me through it, going, "It's okay, take your time. Do you want to do this too? You want to take a nap, and we'll come back to this later?" I'm like, "Yes." And so she's an awesome person, and then on top of that, she's just doing that whole little. She's what does she call it? Neuro-linguistic programming or code switching, or basically giving great voice and switching and calming you down. It was just like, okay, so I sound like I'm kind of together in that thing, but it's mainly because the first 5 or 6 minutes, even after having a nap, I was still like, wait, what's your name again? And so I was fumbling over everything, and yeah, it was cool. But definitely check out the, I think it's called Haven, Haven. There's a meditation app, and I've been playing around with it. And I'm not saying this just because she was on the summit, but literally I've been trying to find different meditation apps, and it's so relaxing. It's well put together and everything. You should definitely check it out. I think it's on Android as well as on iOS. Meanwhile, okay, so enough about that. Let me tell you a little bit of the backstory on the next guest, Miss Dawn Lewis. So, during the summit, this is, in case you don't know this, when I work on the summit, it's pretty much me. I came up with an idea of like, why hasn't anyone really done this? And I get that there's conventions and things like this, but I wanted to do not just an animation summit per se, but really one focused on 2D animation, because that's where that's what I train. That's what I do a lot of stuff for. So I wanted to reach out to a lot of different people, and just kind of put this together, going, I would love to hear so and so, or these are the questions that I would like to hear, and I think these are questions that are interesting. So, one, I know a lot of people in the industry, and so I could ask them to interview them. And then those people also know people, so I could ask them to introduce me, and that's one of the ways I was actually able to get in contact with Steven Silver. And then there's the last thing, which is a cold call, so reaching out to someone, and this is just Tony Ross going, "Hey, I decided on my own to do this thing. Can I interview you, please?" So last year, the cold call, and I call them whales because it's like I try to it's getting into the headset of what's the worst they can say? No. Last year, my whale was reaching out to Robert Valley. And if you actually saw Love, Death, and Robots, he was the director behind Zima Blue. And he's an awesome individual, animates in Photoshop, does this incredible stuff. So I was able to reach out to him, and we connected and did an interview. So this year, it ended up being I was watching the new series Lower Decks. Last year was your birthday gift for us. Yes, it was my full birthday week, September 9th through whatever it was. And I think it's in case anyone's wondering, I think I do want to move it to October. We moved it to October because originally I was going to do March, and then COVID kind of hit, so it kind of started making it extra crazy to do. And then mentally, I wasn't ready. Thus, the theme of the summit. Mentally, I wasn't ready to do the summit in September, but everybody and their mother has a convention in September, so this felt nice because, especially even with our, I didn't do it intentionally, but I was like, I'm overdrawn or overwhelmed, so I didn't want to try to do that in September. So I said, it's my summit, I can move it whenever I want it. So I moved it to October, the first week in October, and I think that's where it's going to stay. But this year, I was watching the new animated series, Star Trek Lower Decks. And for anyone who's actually, I'm a Trekkie, And I'll say this: what I love about this show that everyone's running around, I don't like it. Watch it, especially if you like Star Trek. Any Star Trek thing, whether it's a series or if it's one of the movies, any series, any movie has always been there was a serious thing happening, but there's always been this subtext or something funny happening. What Lori Dex has done is flipped it. So the funny is the main theme. There's something serious going on while all that's going on, but the funny is what's going on there. Meanwhile, I found out that, or I was watching the credits, and I kept watching the captain's voice. I was like, where do I know that voice from? And looked up and it's like, it's Don Lewis. And I was like, I didn't even know that she did cartoon voices. And then I decided I'm going to do some research and see if I can find her. And I had emailed her, I think was, I want to say the end of August. And about September 13th, I remember this because I was at the grocery store and I was having a crappy day. And I get this email and it's like, and it's from Don Lewis, and she's like, so what you're trying to say is that you're trying to be more like the Orville. Somewhat, or technically the Orville, if you want to really go there, didn't the Orville kind of spin off of the movie with Tim Allen and all those people in there? I just work with me here. So, Galaxy Quest. That's what it was. I always felt the Orville was trying to do Galaxy Quest. Anyway, so I get this email, and so she's like, "Hey, this looks interesting. Do I still want to? Do I still want to do? Would I still want to be on a show?" And I was just like, "Yes." Are you kidding? And so that was. She said, I have some time, next week if you want to pre-record an interview. So I'm like, cool. And so I wrote it back and I was like, yes. And so I wrote this, gave her all this information and it's kind of going a little fanboy as I do. And then crickets. And I was just like, oh no, I've scared her off and I'm freaking out. And a couple of days later I go, hey, just wanted to check back in, hear the questions. And then a couple of days later, it's just like, it's that next week, and I'm like, so you said you were going to do this interview maybe this week? So I'm a spiritual person. Well, I don't like saying this word. I believe in God. Anyway, call it God, call it the universe, call it the spaghetti monster, call it your inner being, whatever you want to call it, whatever that thing is for you. I'm going to call it God. Anyway, so I hear this little voice, and I know it's not mine, going, you're doing all this freaking out, but where are your questions? And I was like, what? And I was like, what do you mean? It's like you're waiting for them to call. You haven't even written out your questions yet. If you really believe this is going to happen, why haven't you written your questions? So I sat down that morning and wrote up my questions and emailed them to her again. I was like, okay, hey, here's the questions, yada, yada, yada. And then later, about 4, it occurred to me, I said, wait a minute, the very first email was sent to one address. But when she responded, she used a different address. I said, what if she hasn't been getting my emails at all? So I sat down to send out this email. And as I was typing, my phone rang, which I normally have it on mute because I'm doing all these interviews. So my phone rang, I pick it up, and she goes, hey, Tony, this is Don Lewis. I figured it was easier to call you than, us playing email tag. And I'm like, hello? Because Don Lewis I've been a fan of hers since she was on A Different World, the Cosby Show spinoff way back in the day. And so I'd been doing emails, but I hadn't prepared for her to call me. In one of my earlier emails, I sent her my phone number. Didn't quite expect her to use it. So anyway, that is a long story to talk to you about faith. And just trying to do something. And like, if you want to try something, just go ahead and do it. If you want to do your own summit, do it. My only suggestion is try not to do it by yourself. So as I'm figuring out, this year is bigger than last year. Next year, I definitely need help or it's going to crash and burn because I'm seeing little flakes of that right now. So yeah, take some time, and anyone have questions on it, feel free to actually reach out to me and I'll tell you everything that I know, different tricks, words. Sleep is important, so you don't stumble over words. Tricks, tips, and things like that. Different technical things that I'm playing around with. So, anyway, what I'd like to do now, without further ado, I'm going to pull up my interview with Miss Dawn Lewis, aka Jaleesa Vincent from A Different World, uh, Captain Freeman, Captain Carol Freeman from Star Trek: The Lower Decks, and she is so cool and so down to earth. Not to mention, she sings very well. Meanwhile, I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up. So this is my interview with Dawn Lewis. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am humbled, honored, and blessed to be sitting with Don Lewis, and I'm going to try to get through this without getting totally fanboy.
You are
Uh, I'm like, we were going back and forth with emails for a bit, and it's a blessing because this was not. I think last year I did a cold call with someone and got was able to have Robert Valley on the show, and this year I was at the grocery store and got an email back. It's like, hey, this is Don Lewis. It's like, did you still want to do this? I'm like, yes, ma'am, please. So yeah, I am uh totally psyched. Don, welcome.
Thank
Uh,
you. Thank you.
if
Nice to face meet you. Dawn.
yes, thank you. Nice to meet you as well. So my question to you, since a lot of people may or may not know why I brought you here, can you give us a quick bio as to who you are? Is there
Quick
such a thing?
bio as to who I am.
Yeah,
I am the only girl child of Joyce and Carlton Lewis. Let's see, I'm one of 4 siblings. I have had a very long, just about my entire life, career in the entertainment industry that started with me as singing at 7. No, sorry, singing at 4, dancing at 7, acting at 11, graduating high school from New York City. Anybody out there from New York City? From Brooklyn? What's up? What's up, BK? Graduating high school of music and art of fame, when I was 16, singing opera and playing cello. Went down to University of Miami, where I continued my studies in music, theater, and dance. And so much so that they designed and created a degree program around me. So I'm the founder and first graduate of the musical theater degree program at the University of Miami. Left there, came back to New York, started doing shows off and on Broadway, recording jingles, writing music. I had my own record out, knew I was going to be a recording artist, and had a song called Funky Thing that charted on Billboard, top 20 with a bullet, with Nelson George himself. And ended up doing the national tour of a Broadway show called The Tap Dance Kid. And right after that, booked the series A Different World. And once I got on A Different World, the people who knew me as a songwriter, as a musician, called me and asked me if I'd be interested in writing the theme song for this new TV series, The Cosby Spinoff. I'm like, oh, you're kidding? Sure. The casting directors also cast me in that Broadway tour that I was doing. And they asked, would you be interested in coming in and auditioning to be in the show? It's like, yeah, sure. So I booked both gigs, and they did not know that they had hired the same person until they'd hired the same person. So that's how I got to co-star in the show with Lisa Bonet and Marissa Tomei and write the theme song. So flip to a couple of years after doing that, I was approached by an amazing woman by the name of Suzanne DePass that used to be an executive at Motown that is also credited with discovering Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5. At that time, she was interested in doing management and branching out from the music industry. So she was executive producer of an animated series for Kid and Play. So she knew of me and my work and said, would you ever be interested in doing voiceovers? I was like, yeah, sure. What do I have to do? She says, well, are you good with manipulating your voice and creating characters? I said, yeah, I love doing that kind of stuff. I had a grandmother who used to say, "Stop doing that to your voice. You're going to injure yourself. It's going to get stuck like that one day." It's like, so if she only knew I was going to be making tons of money, making up voices, and, you know, my voice never got stuck. So that was my very first animated gig, was playing their little sister on Kid and Play. And from then, the voiceover environment community is a very tight-knit one, as you've probably heard before. And once I was in, and people were like, well, who's this? We have a new African-American woman who's able to do voices. I want her, I want her. So on word of mouth, I started bumping from one project to the next. And maybe about 2-3 years in, I got an agent to help me, you know, do this on purpose. And since then, I've been fortunate to do everything from, wow, Handy Mandy and Doc McStuffins. I'm Granny on Doc McStuffins. I do The Simpsons, do Futurama, LaBarbara on Futurama. I do Spirit now. The ones I'm doing currently now, because I apologize, it's kind of hard to remember all the ones that I have done in the past, but they turned the movie Big Hero 6 into an animated series. I do voices for that. They turned the movie Home into an animated series. I play Bopi on that. Right now, I am doing the new CBS All Access Star Trek series, Star Trek Lower Decks, their first animated series since the original one back in the 70s. Yes. And I play the voice of Captain Carol Freeman. I'm also the chief on Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego. Okay. I also do voices for The Simpsons. I do voices for Spider-Man. I do a lot of video games like World of Warcraft, the X-Men. I play the voice of Storm. Yeah, and it keeps on rocking. I also do Apple and Onion for the Cartoon Network, and a few others. A couple that I'm working on now haven't been released yet.
Excellent. And yeah, it's like I said, because one of the things is I've been watching Lower Decks when I'm always a Trekkie, and I love the concept of Lower Decks, and I was listening going, I know that voice, but why do I know that voice? And I kept going, who is that? Who is that? And so I'm catching the credits when it was like, oh my gosh, okay, cool. So I didn't even know that you were doing all the other voices. So once I started doing research, I didn't know. I was like, oh wow, she does a lot of voices. This is cool. Yeah. So yeah, I am again kind of blown away. So I'm gonna throw something your direction.
Sure.
A little icebreaker here. And
I should also mention, in addition to animation, I do several commercial contracts as well. For about 5 years, I was the voice of Wells Fargo. For a couple of years, I was the voice for Showtime and a couple of other corporate things as well. So it's not just, yeah. So
okay.
Just grateful.
Yeah.
So okay, go ahead.
Definitely
icebreaker. Yes.
Icebreaker. Okay. What kind of superstar are you, Karen or Luther?
What kind of superstar am I, Karen? Meaning like Luther. Karen, who's out now that folk are talking about Karen?
No, Karen Carpenter or Luther Vandross.
Oh, okay.
What kind of superstar?
Wow. You know what? I think I'm a combination of the two. Okay. Karen Carpenter for her songwriting, and she was just earthy and guttural. And Luther for the fact that he could take any song and make it sound like it just came out of his spirit, because he covered a lot of the Carpenters' music. And once he sang it, you forgot that somebody else sang. And you did. You did. You thought, oh, this is another Luther original. And I actually have a Luther Vandross story, because he and I were friends. And if you ever went to a Luther concert, you knew that it was an extravaganza. The background singers in their gowns, and
yes.
Kevin in his tuxedo, etc. Okay. So Brenda White used to sing the bottom on Lou Luther's Harmonies, and she was leaving. She was getting a leave of absence at the time, and she says, "Dawn, Luther loves you. You should go and audition. They're having auditions for girls to cover me while I'm gone." It's like, okay, great, I'm gonna go. So I knew all the choreography. Stop to love, come home from the road. I was killing it. You couldn't tell me I wasn't killing it. When it was over, he pulled me to the side, grabbed me by the shoulder, said, "Babe, you know I love you, right?" "Mm-hmm." "Okay." I said, "Well, I need a little more finesse and a little less soul train." So, okay, all right. You couldn't have told me I wasn't killing it, but he was like, "Yeah, no, And then a month later was when I got a different world. So I called him back. I said, hey. He said, you know you owe me money. I said, now how is that? He said, because if I had hired you, you wouldn't have gotten that gig. So I want my cut.
That is too awesome. Okay, next question.
Yes.
Prince or Michael?
Wow, Prince.
All
I
right.
love Michael. Love Michael. I do. I do.
Mm-hmm.
A really, really cool person. It breaks my heart that both of them are gone. It breaks my heart that both of them are gone, especially in a way where you feel like that didn't have to happen. But unfortunately, it did. Prince, I fell in love with Prince when he first came out, and I was too young, way too young, to go to any of his concerts or anything like that. But my brothers were old enough, so they would go and see him down in the village at CBGB's for $5. Back
Wow.
in the day when he was wearing his little thongs and purple trench coats and singing in the village. But his music and his energy, his performance, his mastery of the stage and of so many instruments is just inspiring. It really is. It really is.
All right. So 1999 or Purple Rain?
Purple Rain.
Okay.
Purple Rain. That between the music and the movie, please.
Okay.
I stood in line to watch Purple Rain. I did. I did.
Now, since you're a singer, I'm gonna definitely kick you another one here.
Okay.
Streisand or Midler?
Streisand.
Okay. Earth, Wind and Fire or Parliament Funkadelic?
God, that's a hard one. That's a hard one. But okay. Weighing all things and keeping things in the balance, I would say Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Okay.
I would say
Bewitched or I Dream of Jeannie?
I Dream of Jeannie.
Okay. Last one, Daffy or Donald?
Daffy.
Okay.
I'd say Daffy Duck. What does that tell me about my personality? What's that person? Does that make me a unicorn or a giraffe or what does that mean?
I just like asking the questions because I'm kind of I just need to figure out like what kind of because it's like I sometimes I was like what kind of do you like are you talking Karen or Luther? Okay, cool, big Luther or skinny Luther? Which one are you? You know, just kind of figure out where
Okay.
just all those little funny things and just kind of figure out uh, like for instance, if I asked somebody that question and they had, and I said, well, Karen Carpenter, Luther Vandross, and well, what do you mean? If they asked that question, I'm like, okay, I'm putting you in this category over here. So I have a question for you that, with respect to Captain Freeman,
Yes.
a lot of people base their characters and voices off of something. Is she based off of someone that you know, or you just came up with it?
You know, she for me is kind of an amalgamation of every Star Trek captain I've ever watched. I have been a Trekkie since it first aired in 1966, and I was willing to take a spanking for staying up so late to watch it. I was. Uh, Captain Kirk just took himself so seriously. Everything was so big and so emphatic. Captain Cisco, Avery Schreiber. I mean, I'm sorry, Avery
Avery
Brooks.
Brooks, yes.
Avery Brooks. From one captain to the next, everything was so important, everything was so crucial, and everything was so vital. That's what I wanted Carol Freeman to be until she got behind closed doors and you got to hear that she didn't always enunciate words correctly. Sometimes it went from, you did not do that to, no, you didn't. Right behind the door. So I love creating that continuation of that, Starfleet emphaticness and correctness while having the opportunity, because the show is not focused on us. It's focused on the people who keep the ship moving, the basically the crew. It's on them. So you get to see her sometimes in scenarios where she's just very down to earth. She's like the other sisters say, ooh, you best not cross your mama. You know she coming for you.
So I love that too. It's like I like the fact because I watched the first episode and I didn't see it coming until like right before it happened. You're just like, oh, and not to spoil anything, exactly who Captain Freeman is with respect to the series, and it's like, oh, it's brilliant. So yeah, I've been a fan of yours since since what is it? Since Marissa was playing Cree's part, as it were. So it's like way back in the day. So my question is, who would win in a debate between Captain Freeman and Jaleesa?
Um, Probably Captain Freeman, because Captain Freeman has a phaser.
That is too funny. It's
Lisa
like
could be scary, but Captain Freeman has a phaser. Put it on stunts. End of conversation. We're done. And we're done.
that is too awesome. So, um, you have done a lot of voices to date. Do you have a favorite and why?
Wow. I think one of my favorites was a voice I did on a series called Sea Bear and Jamal that starred Tone Loc as a talking teddy bear.
Hmm.
And no one could tell that he was talking except the little boy, Jamal, that whose teddy bear he was. And in that series, I did about 3 or 4 different voices. And my favorite one, I played Jamal's school teacher, Miss Fine, that talked like this. And ooh, Jamal, today we're going to be studying biology. And I would play an officer, I forget the officer's name. I played an old Jewish man in the store that he would work in sometimes for after school pocket change. It'd be like, Bingo, what are you doing? I want you to work faster, faster, harder. Harder time is money. But my favorite had to be Granny. I was their grandmother, where I was talking, you were talking, oh my goodness, Jamal, I need you to eat your cream of barley. Oh my goodness, boy, you just melting away. Oh my. That's probably my favorite. She's hilarious.
That is wow. That is beautiful. You got one of those things going. It's like where I always joke about it. Where some of my favorite voice people, I always want to write them and go, "Can you just record how to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?" I just want to just random stuff, just like all this craziness. Like who is it? Oh, good grief, Keith David. And it's like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, it's just has. Like, can you just say spread the peanut butter on the rye bread, whatever? And it's like, and it wouldn't even matter. It's like say it again. So it's like hilarious. Um, so my other question to you
Yes.
is not even for 25K would I do voice work for blank. What is in that blank, if anything, and keep it plain, the 25K is reasonable. Matter of fact, it's actually quite generous for what they're asking. What is your nah? I'm not bothering with that.
Wow, that's kind of a list, actually. No, seriously, I won't do pharmaceutical voiceovers. I will not encourage people to take any kind of drug, especially when the list is this drug will cause kidney, heart failure, I won't do it. I won't do nicotine commercials, ads for cigarettes. I won't do things that exploit kids. I won't do things that have excessive amounts of foul language in it, especially for characters that are supposed to be kids,
Mm,
with foul language coming out of the mouths of things that are animated to be children. Won't do that. I'm sure there are a couple of other things, but that's the top of the list. My agents know not to even bring it to me because I won't do it.
awesome. That is like I love the I was talking to someone and they brought up the fact that it's nice to be able to go, nope, I can't do that. It versus I really need that money. So it's
Yeah,
like it's really cool.
no,
So
it's real.
yeah, it's like
That's very very real. That's very real. And actually, in today's climate, I would not do a commercial that incited cultural oppression
hmm,
or instigated violence or a false narrative of anything of what's going on, especially today. It's too important. So some of the commercials, unfortunately, in this political climate that you see are designed to do just that,
right.
to inflame and divide people and to give misinformation. And it's just things are just too real. There's too much at stake, and whatever allows people in their spirits to participate in that, from whatever level you are, however how high or how low you are on the totem pole, the fact that that is your choice in this day and age to divide, to discriminate, to fabricate is is so incredibly dangerous. It's frightening. It's upsetting. And I really hope that our vote this year in this election helps to make a difference, to put us on a different track.
Okay. Everyone always talks about a book that changed their life or had a profound effect on them.
Mm-hmm.
What animation did that for you?
What animation did that for me?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. I would say when I was little, Saturday morning cartoons were very different than what we experience now.
Mm-hmm.
So I grew up on cartoons like the Archies, like Scooby Doo, like all the Warner Brothers stuff, Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd, Wile E. Coyote, and Speed Racer, and Fireball XL5, those kinds of things where it just sent your imagination reeling, and the Flintstones, and to find out that there was only a handful of people that were actually doing all of those voices, like Mel Blanc was just everywhere, just everywhere. So I liked the fact that those characters and those environments seemed like a place I would want to go and play, you know. And then as I got older and I'm watching the same cartoons, when you see all the adult messages that are in them that just kind of went over your head as a kid, it's like, oh, okay, well, all right then. All righty then. So then it became interesting on another level. So I don't think it was any one cartoon, but that whole atmosphere of animation, how they seem to take things that I could relate to and make it something else. And the Flintstones was basically the honeymooners.
Yes.
You know, and you rode a car, but you still had to run with your feet to make it move. You know, I just thought it was clever. Like animation like Shrek does that now. When you watch Shrek, you'll see that they have references to all kinds of current businesses in the background as their town. You know, they have a kind of their version of Starbucks or Nike, or, you know, not to do a commercial for anybody, but you know what I'm saying. They do things that you recognize now as an adult, but probably as a kid, you just like all the pretty colors and things.
I think the one of the funniest things for me, like I said, growing up, I love Bugs Bunny, and I remember still being in college, and I'm quoting Bugs Bunny, and I said something about I happened to be talking to a young lady on the phone, and I said, oh, I just washed my hair and I can't do a thing with it.
Oh, I love that one.
And so she said that people are going to think something funny about you. I said, I'm quoting Bugs Bunny. What are you talking about? I had no clue. And then we're talking, I had graduated college and was teaching college. And then it occurred to me, it was like an aha moment. And I thought, wait a minute, Bugs Bunny did drag all the time. But when he's doing Gossamer's hair, he's not a lady.
Right.
He's the hairdresser. Like, oh my stars.
Oh my
That's just like,
when he was doing Monsters' hair, we was like, oh, Monsters was just interesting people.
Yes.
Interesting lives.
And I was like, he's not in drag when he's doing that. He's almost the stereotypical hairdresser. I was just like, I was like, whoa.
Yep. Even then, exactly. Exactly.
All right, I got my last two questions for you, and again, I appreciate you taking time because, Lord, you stay busy.
Another one of my favorite cartoons that actually resonates with me. I don't know if you remember this, but there was a singing owl whose parents wanted him to sing classical music, but he liked to swing in jazz, and that was me. Growing up, you know, they wanted me to be this, you know, serious opera singer and, you know, all of these things. I was like, I just want to have a good time. So, you know, his whole vibe, that whole story about how, you know, he became famous being himself, being true to himself, and everybody else kind of had to come around or jump off the bus. But I still sing that song today. I love about the moon and the June and the spring. I want to sing about the sky of blue and deep for two. You for me and me for you. Said I love you to sing. Oh, and he had little steps like this. Love it.
Miss One. So I know enough people that we're gonna have to animate you as the owl.
Oh,
We're gonna have to do that
oh,
now.
you have to send that to me. You have to send that to
Oh my
me. I love
word. That yeah, I know who I'm calling right after this.
it. And he had little fingers.
Yes.
Wow, perfect. Okay, sorry. Next
No, no
question.
worries. I was like, no, we
Next
can.
question.
Next question. Um, I did say I do want to throw this one in. You are crazy busy. What have you always been that able to manage your time, or does it require an entire staff? Because you've got a lot of stuff going on.
You know what? I consider myself blessed. I consider myself very grateful that I get the same 24 hours that everybody else gets. But by grace of God, He orders things that in pockets, and sometimes I'm doing two gigs at the same time. He orders my time because if you left it up to me, whatever. Um, but I have a really great team, my agents that work with me. There's no big staff, behind me, making sure my schedule is right. I'm fortunate between what they do, and I do have my brother Lauren, who's also an attorney. That's his real job, but he often assists me with personal appearances and helping keeping other things straight. Like when I was doing Tina, I was just in New York doing the Tina Turner musical on Broadway until everything shut down.
Right.
The team that does Star Trek, as well as Apple and Onion, as well as some of the other shows that I do, they were able to get me on a recording schedule. They found a recording studio not far from the theater. So before I would go to the theater, I'd be in the studio recording episodes and then leave the theater and leave the recording studio and go right to the theater. So I'm very grateful that the people that I work with uh, enjoy working with me enough to work with my schedule and we make it happen. So I'm really, really grateful. And sometimes it all drops at the same time. So it looks like, oh my God, she's everywhere. Like in the last 3 weeks, uh, two of which happened on the same day. A feature film that I shot, Be the Light, got released. My episode of me guest starring on The Boys got released that same day. And Star Trek Lower Decks got released 2 weeks before that. And so it looks like, oh my God, she's everywhere. No, it's gratitude and grace of God. So as long as
Awesome.
I keep giving him credit, I've learned he just keeps it coming. So I'm
Okay.
going to keep giving him credit.
All right. So the question I've been asking all panelists, because we've been focusing on health and mental health,
Hmm.
with respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression or anxiety or procrastination? And if so, what helps you push through that?
Uh, I wouldn't say depression. Sometimes there is some anxiety, not a lot. Because as an entertainer, as a performer, you go through seasons of working and then not working and wondering when is the next gig going to come? Am I going to book anything again? Our money is funny, and even when you do work, even especially in animation, you don't get paid that week. You may get paid within the next month to 4 weeks to 6 weeks is
Right.
when your check will actually show up. Uh, so me, I just try to keep as positive an attitude as I can. And again, grace of God, stand on faith of what he's already done to know that he's not done yet. That let me just take this pause. And because I'm a workaholic, I feel antsy when I'm not working. I was like, okay, what am I supposed to be doing? What am I supposed to be doing? I'm supposed to be doing something right now. What am I supposed to be doing? So I've learned to work hard and play hard. So when I'm not working, I bought the couch I bought for a good reason. I love that sofa. I will watch some tennis. I'm watching the playoffs now. I will binge watch now that, we're stuck inside with not a whole lot of options. Binge watch all the shows that I don't get to watch because I'm always so busy, and try to take care of myself and take care of the people that I love who love me. This is when you stop and take time to speak into other folks' lives, where it's not just about you, where you take the time to care and be there for somebody else. And that's great. I love that.
Excellent. Well, again, thank you, 10,001 thank yous for taking the time to hang out with us. I really appreciate that. I'm not joking about the owl. I'm getting ready to jump
If
on.
you do that, you have to send it to me. You
Will
have to.
do. Oh, I have
Excellent.
no problem. Yeah, send it to you, tag you, everything else. Like, look it.
Excellent. I just want to shout out to everybody who's here joining the animation panel. Congratulations. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for your input. Thank you for supporting all that we do, whatever voice or opportunity that we take on. And if this is something that you desire to do, just be prepared, put in the work, because what you think you sound like may not necessarily be what you sound like. So get in the habit of recording yourself. Do the work. Do the work, because there's work out there, and there are so many more opportunities now available to you than when I first started. They're more open to people who can get the work done. So, stay encouraged, don't quit, just be ready to do the work.
Awesome. And thank you for that.
Absolutely.
Well, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Miss Dawn Lewis. Thank you again. You want to say
My
bye?
absolute pleasure. My absolute pleasure. Okay, bye.
Bye bye. Okay, so yeah, that was Miss Dawn Lewis. Again, she's like so cool, so down to earth. Um, and yeah, we are already working, trying to figure out, talking about doing that. Give me a keyframe. Talking about doing that. Why did that jump? Undo that. Thank you. F7. Meanwhile, so special shout outs to my buddy Lamont Russ, who introduced me. I mentioned before when I'm doing the summit, there are a lot of friends of friends in the business, and they're like, oh, you should talk to this person, or you should talk to this person. So the next couple of people I have coming up are, I think they both work here in Atlanta, but I'll let them fill you in on that. I think the first up is Kat Shea. Funny story about that, and I don't know if we mentioned it yesterday. It was like there was Kat Hudson, Kat Stockton, Kat Shea. So yeah, in this summit there are 3 women that go by Kat, and crazier, they all know each other. So I think they're chatting on Facebook yesterday and saying it was the cat trifecta, or all the cool cats. So hilarious. 3 extremely talented people. Anyway, let me go find where that video is. Not that I'm getting paid by them. If you're wondering what system I'm using, I'm actually running, the software I'm running right now is Ecamm Live, that's shooting out to realstream.io. So I am playing around with my desktop right now, using this, and that's what allows me to see the comments and stuff like that. So I am actually sitting here playing with stuff. So there's nothing automatic kicking up comments. So to the individual that wanted to go, hey, this is my business and this is what we do, there's a better way of doing that. So just know that it's not going to automatically pop up on screen. All right, be blessed. All right, pulling up this next video. Hey, this is Tony Ross, and here for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. And I have the privilege of chatting today with background artist Kat Shea. Say hi.
Hey.
I have taken a look at your work, and I am honestly brand new to your work. Shout out to Mr. Lamont Russ for introducing us. It was like, I want to, well, go ahead and tell our audience who are you and why the heck would I actually have you on the summit?
Oh gosh, I already had that existential crisis when you asked me. Because I was like, why would he want me? um, I'm Kat Shea. I have been working in animation for about 10 years now, mostly on backgrounds. And yeah, I've done everything. I've been just a background artist. I've been a designer. I've been a director. I basically live backgrounds. I've worked on a ton of shows. I've been very fortunate to meet a lot of people, work on a lot of projects. And yeah, that's what I do.
Awesome. If you don't mind me asking, I didn't notice this before. You have an interesting accent. Where's that from?
It's an overcompensating accent. My parents are Canadian, and then we moved to the South, and I was very scared of getting like a Southern accent. So I just overcompensated and went way too Canadian.
That is awesome. I do something similar. I have worked probably since high school on having a non-regional dialect. So it's like just trying to make sure that I love accents. I try not to have one.
I think that's my goal, but this is what came out. So it's just the O's. I don't know how else to say them.
Well, it's not a bad thing. It's just like, oh wow, that's cool. What is that?
Yeah, I also speak French, so I think that works its way into my accents as well. I don't know.
Okay, very cool. All right, hold on one second. I misplaced a thing. Okay, cool. All right, so my first question for you is, what are your thoughts on the business of art and animation now, let's say, versus, let's say, 7 to 10 years ago? And what would you do differently, given the chance, if anything?
Oh boy. So my initial thought is that there is a lot more representation now in animation. When I first started, I think I was like one of 3 women at a studio of like 50.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we actually didn't even have our own girls' bathroom because I guess there wasn't enough of us to like justify having our own bathroom. So there's like one co-ed bathroom and then one men's bathroom.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it is really cool now looking at animation studios. I would say the men to women ratio is 50-50. Women, I think we're still trying to break into the offices. We're still, trying to get those director positions, but it is really cool just to see like more women have entered the field. So I think that's a huge change I've seen.
Cool. Is there anything you would change? Like if you're just starting off, let's say now, what would you change or what would you do differently?
Oh goodness. I mean, I feel like anyone's career in animation is a mixture of talent and pure luck. So it's very hard to say if like I would change anything because I feel like I've built what I've built and I don't know how I would do it all over again. Yeah.
Excellent. And maybe you already touched on this, but let me ask you this. What do you feel is missing from 2D animation today, if anything?
That was one I had to think about. I think one thing I have really run into, especially when I'm like hiring or directing, is realizing how many people make it out of art school without knowing perspective.
Ooh.
I've worked with artists who I'm like, I love your work, like your stuff's so good. And then I give them a background to draw and it's like, oh no, like, do you know vanishing points? So that's definitely been like people are just faking it till they make it and they do it great until I catch them. And I'm like, no. So that's one thing I've noticed. I know another problem we're kind of running into, and I mean, you're kind of helping with this, is schools are not really teaching Toon Boom yet, which I find very odd because I feel like it has become the industry standard. So I'm not sure why they're not teaching it.
It's I think it's several things happened because I've been preaching the gospel of Toon Boom for several years, and I keep going, this year's the year. No, it's really taken over, but now it really has.
Yeah.
And actually, because because I work with Toon Boom a lot and have done a lot of different courses and things like that, I got to hear one of the conversations where it was kind of like they have done so well with the software and getting stuff out there. It's like, and then people go see how powerful it is and they started using it. And so they're now the victim of their own success. So it's like, if you think about it, there's literally one book that I can think of that was actually written on Toon Boom, and that was by Adam Phillips. That was a few years ago. Recently, Ollie Putland, who's also another panelist, he did something, but he's doing it via Patreon and put together this thing. And it's a really awesome book. But if you think about it, there's two books. If I say, oh, by the way, go look for a book on animating in Flash or an animate, there's everything that's out there, even though. So it's just not the whole thing of tutorials, getting caught up. And at the same time, where the internet and all these books have taken over, where it used to be getting this hardbound book, that was your thing. But now are books really a thing anymore? Do people still use? So it's like, it's kind of weird. But yeah, I know they are trying to catch them up, because I've seen a couple of times where the interesting thing is junior high as well as high school, where they're teaching premium. And I was just like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, I've seen it more in like high school settings than college. So
yeah, there's an interesting thing they're doing where there was one high school that Tim Bim sent me out to, because I basically have to train the teachers. But I walked into the lab. I was telling him, I said, "Oh, just bring my Intuits with me, in case, because I don't know, what their lab is going to be." And they said, "Oh, we have something for you to work on." Okay, cool. And I walked in, and there were like 20 or 30 of the little trash can Mac Pros connected to like 21-inch Cintiqs. And I was
oh my
just
gosh.
like, yeah, I was like, what okay.
I remember we had to buy yellow paint for my high school one year because we couldn't afford it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so
It was high school in Alabama as a whole.
So yeah, just that like walking in, I was like, who funded this? Like, what in the world?
Wow.
It's like, okay, that's interesting. So yeah, I think there are some changes happening. But yeah, I love Toon Boom software, and I used to use Flash or anime. I used to use Flash way back in the day when it was made by Macromedia.
Yeah, I think a lot of us did, and then we switched over to Toon Boom when that became better.
Right, because when I looked at it, and because all the tricks that you had to do, how all the you had to trick the software into doing what you wanted it to do with Flash, and it's like all these things you were doing now, and now you have to go, oh wow, this is way better. So,
yeah, Harmony is amazing. I recently started working in it, and I was very impressed.
Yes. My question to you, do you worry that the field of animation, or maybe even background art in general, is like completely oversaturated with no signs of letting up? Or do you think that all this competition is a good thing?
So there's definitely no oversaturation in background art that I've noticed. Trying to find people who like doing background art and who want to do it is actually very difficult. A lot of people, they want to animate, they want to do character design. Like, backgrounds is always kind of the redheaded stepchild of animation, I feel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so when you find a good environment designer, you're just like, oh my gosh, like, this is amazing. A lot of times I've taken chances on people hiring them. Like, I'll be like, it looks like you know perspective, like, behind your character there. So I don't feel like it's very oversaturated, but I mean, in general, yeah, it is crazy. Like, when you go to a convention and you just see a sea of artists that are just so talented, and you're just like, oh, whoa, I need to up my game. So I love that drive it gives me. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I've only been in the industry like 10 years, but I feel like there's more jobs. Like, I feel like, like Netflix has its whole animation studio. We didn't have that. or you know, like Hulu does their own content. I was working for FX, and like they started doing this whole kind of liquid television take. It's called Cake, but it's like this short form animation where it's just like all this experimental stuff. And, you know, we haven't had that since liquid television.
You said liquid television. Oh my gosh. It's like, yes.
It's the only thing I can think of that it's like, because it's like a 30-minute block and it's just random bits of like live action and animation. And there was no time constraints. Like it could be like, I worked on a show that was like sometimes 2 to 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like we weren't like stuck in that 22-minute block. So
that is really crazy. It's like I think what's happening right now is where we're in that, I think, because I asked this question last year, it's like, okay, is 2D animation dead, or is it in the second genesis? And I think we were dealing with the second genesis. It's the whole thing of where Bugs Bunny cartoons were in front of film. And so there was like drawn a certain way. Then TV came about and they're like, okay, we need a lot of content quick. And so that kind of died down. And then when all the streaming wars happened and the internet, and then all of a sudden everybody again is going, we need a lot of content quick. And then I'm gonna try to have at least one of these interviews without mentioning the pandemic. But
yeah, we're thriving in this.
Yeah,
pandemic.
and that's it's got an extra shot in the arm going, well, for lack of a better reference, pandemic shot in the arm. Yeah, it's like, because it's like now everything's going, whoa, we really need a lot of content.
Yeah, because I've been working under Warner Media. I've been working for Adult Swim, but unfortunately my show actually got cut short just due to Warner Media. So I was job hunting during this pandemic, and there were so many opportunities. Like I had to turn down offers, which is, you know, like rare.
Wow.
Like usually like you're trying so hard to get that one offer. So yeah, we're thriving in the pandemic, which is weird to say.
Yeah, I think and I don't think I was kind of trying to hint at asking what, but they wouldn't tell me. One show that was supposed to go live action and they were supposed to start shooting, right in the middle of all this, they switched it over and made it animated. And I was just like, how cool is that? So
Yeah.
there's like, that's like what other thing is we were going to do it this way. Let's just totally make it animated. So it's like, man. So I got a question for you.
Okay.
If you could snap your fingers and suddenly be working and or directing on your dream animation project, what is it? And does that dream ever change?
Okay. So I definitely, like probably everyone you've talked to, I have a pitch idea. I have a baby. So yeah, I think it would be really cool if, you know, I got that pitch finally put together and made it. Like that would be a dream, like to create my own show. I don't want to get too detailed. Like,
No. Trust me. No, I need details. I
Like,
need sketches. I need everything.
no.
Now, does that idea ever or does your dream project ever change, or is it still, I still want this one thing?
Yes and no. Like, so I've kind of just had it bopping around in my head for a couple of years. And then my daughter, I have a 6-year-old, started watching this show. I think it's on Disney called Owl House.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, crap. There's some definite similarities. Like it's kind of witchy. It definitely has a lot of female like cast members. So I was like, I might need to make more effort to make this not seem like Owl House, because I had thought of it before I saw the show, but then I was like, oh no, these I fear if I pitch this, they'd be like, oh, so this is Owl House. So
Right.
yeah, so I'm having to adapt it a little bit because of that. But yeah, the same idea.
Coolness. I think, and that is something I think a lot of people don't talk about enough. I don't know if you'd actually heard recently with the Hair Love and the show, one of the shows that was almost like it, and I'm like, no, this is like, who got the idea from this person? And I think they ended up pulling a show, and I think that's one of those things you have to be really careful of. And I often wonder why no one thinks that anymore. Going, have you thought that someone might look at this and think this is this? This is exactly kind of like this. I don't know, but yeah, that's a pretty interesting idea. I think and the other part of that is my other buddy who's an animator was talking about how I think this is going to sound weird. Some comedian, Richard Pryor or Robin Williams, one of them. and it's like, and that's, here's, okay, we'll just say some comedian said this, that every comic has their best routine down in the mirror, but it's like, you got to get it out there. So like you said, every animator and every person working in our industry, it's like, we all have that idea.
Yeah.
We just got to put it out there. Put it out there. Let's go for it. So I would like to, I just met you, but I'm going to throw you a challenge and throw myself a challenge at the same time going, okay, it's like, give yourself like, okay, in 3 years, I will have blah done, or this will actually, so.
Yeah, no, I need to set definite dates to complete this because I'm very bad at pushing back my personal stuff for my job or for freelance.
Ooh, really? That's kind of a nice segue into one of the questions. So let me ask you this. Do you approach like self-care and time management, all of those, do you approach that differently when you're working on personal projects versus working on a project for a client or a job?
Completely. I think I'm known to my clients and the studios I've worked at, like I'm very organized, I'm very on time, I'm very strict with everything like that. And then for projects for myself, it is so easy for me just to put it down and just not do it. I think when I'm definitely like, I'm a Pisces, I'm a people pleaser. So I don't want to let anyone else down, but like, I guess I'm okay letting myself down, which is horrible.
It is, and it is, and it isn't. But it's like it's sad that I was with some of the other panelists I was interviewing and asking that question, and they're like, "No, I enjoy doing this," and I'm going, "Oh, that's great." And so when you're saying this, I'm going, "Yes, you are my people. You understand the pain." It's like
yeah, and I think also maybe I need to shake it, but I'll never forget just starting out and just wanting someone to give me a chance and just be like, if someone would just hire me and give me that experience. So when I get a job, I think I just still have that like beginner hustle in me. So I give my all basically.
That is, like I said, it's sad, but and I feel sad that I'm actually happy that you gave that answer. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's something in relating. Like you're not happy that I do that, but you're happy that you don't feel crazy.
Yes, it's like, am I the only one that's doing this? I was joking with Mark Simon that I'm interviewing all these people, and I'm going, here's a question that I've had about myself, but I'm sure that other people would like to hear this too. So it's like I've invited 20 plus people. They're like, hey, tell me what's wrong with me. How did you fix this? so it's like, yes, Tony, this summit is all about you. It might help a few other people, but we know it's all about you. It's like, of course it is. So yeah. So my other question to you, and this is with respect to staying on task, let's say on working on projects, whether it's personal or otherwise, do you ever struggle with things like depression, anxiety, or procrastination? And if you do, what helps you push through it?
So I definitely have anxiety. That's my major roadblock in life. Just like, again, like I want to please people. I don't want to turn in something late, and I want to turn in something that's the best I can do under the budget and time constraints. You're not always going to give a masterpiece just because you can't, which is hard to accept. So dealing with it, therapy. I have a therapist I love. I definitely recommend that if you are struggling and if you are able to afford that. Mine's on a sliding pay scale, which is very nice. And yeah, I think it is just kind of that letting go, because I think the hardest thing to accept when I started working in television, like you would think like something you're going to see like on the TV, like with your friends and show it off would be like your greatest work. And it's like, no, some of those backgrounds, I had 2 hours and the director was yelling at me and I slapped it together and it worked. And I think you just have to accept that. Like, it's not always going to be your best work, but it's the best you could do under the circumstances.
Right. Coolness. I think I have one last question.
All
One
right.
quick second. Actually, I didn't send you this one, so I'm going to throw you this one. I'm going to throw you a curveball. And I didn't
All right.
tell you this ahead of time, so let's see what your answer is.
All right.
Not even for $25,000 would I draw / animate blah. What's that blah, or what's in that blank, if anything? And let me be clear, the $25K is a reasonable amount for what you're asked to do. Does it make sense?
Yeah, no, I'm just like, $25,000. What would that get?
Yes, exactly.
Oh boy. This is going to be a weird one. Because the only thing in my entire career that I've had to pass to someone else, and I was like, I cannot draw this, I need someone else to do it, is spit.
Spit?
When I was in grade school, this kid was teasing me, and he hawked a loogie on me. And like, I didn't know until like I touched it. Oh God, just talking about this. It grosses me out. I can't.
Oh, wow. Okay.
As much as I know I don't want to get into reality TV. I was going to say something really trashy.
Yes. Okay. No worries.
Okay. Did you ever watch Flavor of Love?
No, I did not, but.
Oh my gosh, there's an infamous scene where I believe it's Pumpkin spits at New York, but she like makes direct contact with her face, and it's hilarious, but I cannot watch it because it's spit, and I can't talk about it. It grosses me out too much. So
that is awesome. That is not an answer I expected, but that is a really awesome answer. That is really cool. I know that's
a weird one, but there was a time when I was working, I was doing character art for Archer, and I don't even remember the scenarios, one of the earlier seasons, but someone spits on someone else, and I was supposed to draw it, and I had to pass it. And I have drawn some of the weirdest, grossest things for Archer, and that was the one thing where I just was like, no. Cannot.
Awesome. Okay. All right. Now I do have that was a little that one cut in line, but here's my last question for you. So you do a lot of background art and things like that. So I will start this with Steven Silver. When he was designing the characters for Kim Possible, he was the only person doing the character design. So he actually put the letter S's in their ears. And so if you go look at the character design, the letter S is actually in the character's ears. Also, in the movie Pulp Fiction, it's been argued that there's a scene. Hey, kitty.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. It's been argued that there's a scene where Uma Thurman pretty much ODs. In the background on the bookshelf, there's like a game, the game of Operation, and there's also the game of Life. So it's a play on what's happening in that particular scene, kind of little hidden Easter eggs. So, as a background artist, have you ever snuck anything into the backgrounds, like little Easter eggs, things like that?
So, I think this started, there's a very unknown show, and that's okay, it's mediocre, called Unsupervised. And we started, like, we were working these crazy long hours to get it done, like, just like 60-hour weeks or so. And so we started some really dumb games just to keep us going. And one of them was to see how well you could hide a layer that was just a drawing of a penis into your background. And if the director would catch it. And my favorite part is when I kind of forgot that was our game. And then it would be years later, but I was working at the same studio, so we were reusing elements from the show since, it was all FX propriety. And I'd be like, oh yeah, we drew this teapot and unsupervised, I can go in that background, kind of reference it. And I would turn off a layer and there'd just be this huge dick behind a door or something. I'd be like, oh God. So we kind of continued that, especially into Archer. If I ever had to draw something that was very organic, like a bush, or one time I remember I had to draw ground meat, on a counter, we would just see how many phallic shapes we could get away with before we got caught.
So what is it? The classic Little Mermaid video cover?
Yes, yes, that was definitely an inspiration. There's also, God, I'm so bad with seasons, but I want to say season 8 of Archer, because I think we're a film noir. There is a bridge they go under, and I didn't make it subtle, and no one caught me. Like there's this filigree on the top, and it's just penises. So that's definitely.
That is hilarious. Well, Kat, thank you so much for taking time to
Yeah.
actually chat with me today. So tell us what you have working on. Where do we find you? How do we know more about you?
All right. So currently on Hulu right now, if you search Dicktown, it sounds like the dirtiest show, but it's actually one of the cleanest shows I've ever worked on. It's by John Hodgman and David Reese. It's super fun. It's an 11-minute show, so it's not much commitment, 10 episodes. I'm super proud of it. So you can watch that. Keep an eye out on Adult Swim, like early 2021. I don't have an exact date, but Bird Girl is going to be airing. It's a continuation of Harvey Birdman. So that's
cool.
super fun. Yeah, I think that's what I have coming up. I'm actually starting a new job on Monday, so I don't know what to tell you.
Great.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Well, congratulations on the new job.
Thank you. I'm moving to Bento Box, so I'm super excited. They're a really cool studio. And yeah, you can just find me on Instagram. My name's Catapulting with a K, because my name. I try to post art, but there's also going to be a lot of costumes and pictures of my cute kid.
Awesome.
So, yeah. I don't keep it profesh, but
Well, you got to mix it up.
Yeah, you got to break it up a little bit. I'll try to add my cat more, who's in my lap now.
Well, Kat and your cat.
Yes.
Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you for having me. This was super fun.
Coolness. This has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Kat Shea, and signing off. Bye. Want to say bye?
Oh, yeah, bye.
Okie dokie. How's everybody doing? Okay, we're at 1. Are we doing good? Yes, I think. How's my schedule? By the way, small enough to do this is like, I feel like I'm at a pirate radio station. Tim Bergeron, I believe that's how you pronounce your last name. I got your email. I'll reshoot out the email so it goes out to the entire list. I think maybe I just did the segment wrong. But yes, explaining things. Do I plan on, I said I wasn't going to say this out loud, but let me let you guys in on something. The whole idea behind this year's summit is talking about health and mental health and dealing with things. Like I said, originally I wanted to do the summit in March, because it's like I didn't want to do it annually. And then it's like, okay, we'll move it to September. And I remember starting it up, and I reached out to a panelist, and they're like, "Nah, man, because you pulled this BS move and put everything behind a paywall, so I don't want to be a part of that." And I was like, "But that was explained to everyone except for one person." And they're like, "Yeah, you were avoiding Twitter and da da da." And it literally, I don't want to say it crushed me, but I'll just say it made me kind of rethink things. And I was like, that you're making it like I was trying to do something sneaky. But when I was studying summits, because I do a lot of online training and a lot of summits are run that way, so I was following that model, and it was just kind of one of those, it slowed me down a little bit. So I then had to look at it and go, okay, well, if I'm going to do this, I'll do it later. And to be honest, it's like when you're working on a project like this, there have been a couple of times, probably a couple of times prior to this week, but definitely this week, I'm going, what if I actually said, yeah, we're just going to postpone this. It's not working, or this went wrong. and I'm trying to learn the thing of where you have to learn from your failures. It's like I'm going through this and making notes of what went wrong, what happened with the social media this week. Why are there not emails? Where it's funny and not funny. It's like having not even letting my panelists know. By the way, this is when you're going to be on. So I'm so scramble brained right now, and it's like it's bigger. My goal was to make it bigger than last year. I think that is done. Has been done. Have I made it better? I think I did better with communication in the first year. So again, working on straightening some things out, and I do know for a fact, in order for this to continue, we do need to, me, myself, and I, need to actually not do it by ourselves next year. But again, shout out to our sponsors, Wacom and Toon Boom, for helping me out, because quite frankly, without them pushing a lot of the advertising and just kind of sharing it on their social media channels, it wouldn't be as big as it is currently, because my social media is kind of out there, but it's not as big as, I don't think it's as controlled as it was last year. But we're going to be working, we're going to treat next week like it's this big launch, and put out everything, all of the social media imagery, the emails, everything is going to be supposed to be going there. We are going to be launching our little 21-day boot camp at the same time. So wanted to let you guys know. No, I'm not going to be stopping this anytime soon. As challenging as it is. And the only thing I can tell people, again, if you want to do something like this, you got to have some people in your corner. Also, be careful who you do have in your corner. And this is not saying that I went through that, but it's like, what is it? You can't tell everyone what you're up to. So don't help people stop you. So you have to be really careful with that. So my circle is extremely small. When it comes to the summit, there's a very tiny list of people that actually get to see my email list of panelists and who helped me out with things. Shout out to Ginger Tantavitong from Asifa South, who taught me last year about Airtable, so that helped us out a great deal. I keep saying us. Me and my other personalities. So anyway, I'm rambling. Meanwhile, I have another video to play. I believe Mr. Akil Guzman is up, and is a storyboard or story art director. I believe that's next on my list. Hold on, let me double check so I'm not pulling up the wrong thing. La 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 la. Yes. So let me pull this up. So here comes Akil. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. And damn it, hold on. It's about, well, stuff dealing with 2D art. But before I go any further and start rambling, sir, welcome.
Hi.
Give us a quick intro. Give me your bio. And tell me why you think you're here.
Yeah, like you said, my name is Akil Guzman. I'm a storyboard director at Floyd County Productions. We're an animation studio located in Atlanta, Georgia. We do some animation things here and there, but what we're most known for is the Archer animated series that has been on air since about 2009, I think. And we just had our season 11 premiere a couple of days ago, well, yesterday. So, yeah.
Congrats on that.
Thank you.
So I want to throw you a couple of questions, because when it's like I hear different ways of people saying it. Some people say storyboard artists, some people say story artists, or some people, there's some people, I think I've heard there's also revisionist. What specifically is it that your thing is?
I'm basically leading a team of storyboard artists. So I'm mostly responsible for the basically like the visual storytelling of the series that I'm directing, like whether it be the overall tone, like if we want to shoot this entire series like all in like really wide shots, like I'm making sure like, hey, this needs to be more fisheye, or if we're focusing on composition, like I'm just focusing on like, hey, this needs to be stronger, like we need to push the foreground, midground, background, stuff like that. But yeah, just helping to maintain the visual style and storytelling of the series that I'm working on.
Coolness. I'm liking that. It's like you're like you got the whole little team there. Um, I got a quick question for you. Um, what would you say are the biggest differences between, let's say, storyboarding for animation, or versus video games, and then versus live action, and which one do you prefer?
I would say the biggest difference between those three would be the workload slash time allotted to deliver the boards
Okay.
for, yeah, because usually like when I was working in games, like I would have maybe about like 1 or 2 weeks to deliver a scene. And in animation, I'm given about like 1 or 2 weeks to deliver an entire act, which includes like maybe like it could be anywhere from like 8 to like 15 scenes. So the workload is a little bit larger in animation for sure. As for live action, it can vary. It depends on what I'm working on. Like if it's a music video, like the workload is a little bit less than usual. If it's like say something that's playing on the CW, like it'll be a little bit heavier, but it can definitely vary between between that spectrum.
Coolness.
I would say also when you're working in games, the last game I worked on, like I was working on the story mode, but I also did boards for like, hey, this character needs to do something funny on the loading screen. Like I'd board something up for that, or like how about the end credits? Like this needs to have a specific visual look. Like, can you provide something for that? And
Nice.
yeah, I think lastly, uh, the level of adherence to the project style is what helps differentiate between those three. Usually games and live action can be pretty loose compared to animation, since you're dealing with like real characters. Like a real life person doesn't have a style that they need to fit into. Like it just needs to look like that person, or it needs to look like that location. But if you're working in animation, you have specific character designs that you need to stick pretty closely to. So, yeah.
Cool. That was now unannounced to you. That's kind of a loaded question, and it was based on conversation I was having when I was interviewing Mark Simon, and we were talking about the differences, and you gave pretty much almost verbatim the exact same. Like, these are what the differences are, and you need to be aware of that. That is cool as hell, man.
Nice.
The whole thing of if you're going to be working on SpongeBob, you better know how to draw SpongeBob. It's like,
Exactly.
he cannot look realistic. It's like, awesome, man. All right. All right. Here's my next one. What 2D animation needs is a lot more blank. What is in that blank, if anything?
um, I would have said maybe a couple of years ago, I would have said it needs more diversity. But I think that the way that things are going now, we're starting to get more of that in our animated entertainment. So um, I think what I really want to say is I think we need more experimentation, since we already have enough, well, not enough, but we're getting more and more representation.
Yeah.
I do think that we need to experiment more with the type of animation we're doing. Like I want to see more, like Love, Death, and Robots. I want to see more Midnight Gospel, more like liquid television, stuff like that. Something to really push the genre instead of like keeping it solely 2D. I think one show that really did that super well was Gumball.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's mainly a 2D show, but the way that they mix 3D and like just mix media in general, like they pulled off something that sounded almost impossible to do on paper, but they made it work super well.
I think that's dude, that I never thought about it that way, but you mentioning liquid television and Gumball in the same statement. Yes. Holy crap, that's what happened. It's like somebody grew up watching liquid television and said, I want to make a kid show. Let's do this. Man, that is awesome. Um Damn, okay. I heavily agree with that because I think everything is almost you need to have that, oh, we threw this out there and it's like, man, that was a failure. Okay, well, we tried something different, let's go
Yeah.
here. Versus um and I always say I'm going to get in trouble for this, but since I don't call names, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Like my biggest pet peeve right now with a lot of the 2D animation is like, how does everybody have the same mouth? That is not
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Quit that. It's like, I mean, you can even use the same rigging system, but change the shape of the mouth. I should not be able to swap mouths between two different series. That's not cool.
Yeah. Yeah. And I kind of get why that's happening, that whole blending of styles between studios basically. But yeah, at the same time, like I feel like if a show kind of broke the mold right now, based solely off of that, I think it would garner a lot of attention.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I mean, I think it's shout out to my I don't know what they're called. I guess one of my favorite companies, Toon Boom, and not just because they're one of our sponsors, but no, I've been in love with that company for years. I always say that they're big enough to be awesome and small enough to listen. Um, but the thing I like when they said, "Oh, we're going to do a crossover between, let's say, was it the Simpsons and I think it was Bob's Burgers or whatever." And I remember everyone getting excited. I was like, "Yeah, it's the same software." So it's like they look totally different, but you can just say, okay, pull that rig over here, and
yep.
just kind of. And I think I was like, if they can do it,
Yeah.
come on, swap it up there. So
Yeah,
it's
like
pretty
behind
cool.
the scenes is completely achievable. Like it's nothing too insane.
Definitely. Um. So I'm going to switch gears a bit here. What is your opinion on cancel culture and the arts, specifically our community? And should artists start censoring or regulating themselves more, especially on social media?
Um, it's it's definitely something that that we need to tread lightly with, I think, because well, I agree that if you're an artist or if you're just a person in general and you're being despicable or harmful or hateful towards anyone else, like you deserve to be held accountable for your actions. Um, at the same time, um, I think there needs to be a little bit of leeway for people to grow and learn from their mistakes. I do think that if you're if what you've done that's bad is not like, say you didn't like murder someone or anything like that, like you can always come back from that, if you take into account like, maybe I need to learn from my actions. I can do better here and here and listen to the people that I'm hurting and be a better person from it. But yeah, basically, like I do think I think it's something legit, but at the same time, it can be utilized in the wrong way and basically just kind of ruin people's lives.
I hear you on that. I think I was talking. I saw a post recently or an article recently. They were talking about the the thing of where it's one thing if it's like, okay, they're working on this particular project and they said this yesterday, versus we found something you said about 10 years ago. I was like, I don't know what I said 10 days ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Um, and here's my what is it? Here's my counter or devil's advocate to that. I always tell people my personal page, my Facebook page. I was like, I am personal. No, I'm mine is business under the guise of being personal. Even my regular page, and it's because when I first got on Facebook, I was job hunting at the time, and I was like, okay, that's another way of networking. Okay, cool. So I've had at least in some cases it's the same individual who shall remain nameless, but it's like I've had a couple of people where they like they come for you like in saying some of the most either in some cases inflammatory like bigoted or hateful things, and I'm going, hey, that's not cool, man, you're stepping over the line. And it was funny to me because I had people going, oh my God, Tony, you can tell you're a man of God because you were so patient. I'm like, yeah, that was, I was like, I can't, no, trust me, I wanted to handle that a totally different way. But yeah, in total honesty, did I handle that a different, when I got off Facebook, did I kind of, didn't block them, but I did connect our mutual business account, business acquaintances. And I was like, yeah, let me explain to you, here's a full list of what just happened. Don't put me in any projects with this person. It's like that was my contribution, but yeah, I kind of get it. It's like there's that weird little thing. I had people questioning. Um, there are some people that I asked to that I was reaching out to be panelists, and they're like, "Oh, but that person's controversial." I said, "Yeah, but their art is awesome, and their controversy isn't on that level that I need to stop showing their art." Kind of like as you're saying, it's like if they're saying, "Oh man, they're up for murder," okay, yeah, we can't talk about that. Let's skip over that. It's like, but yeah, awesome. Um, I want to know. Everybody always talks about a book or a book that changed their life or something like that, or had this profound effect on them. What animation did that for you? I have one, but I want to know what yours is.
Mine is going to be kind of out of left field, but I'm going to say the Land Before Time series with, that was made by Universal, the dinosaurs.
Okay.
Yeah. So growing up, I was.
Yeah, explain that one.
Yeah. So growing up, I was really, really fascinated with dinosaurs, and before I watched the Land Before Time series, I watched Jurassic Park. And in that movie, the dinosaurs are basically just kind of like they're basically killing machines. For the point of the story is that they're basically chaos in like tooth and fang versions, like they just go around and kill people when they have the opportunity to do so. And I was watching that movie, and then I had a bunch of books and encyclopedias about dinosaurs, and I I just kind of, they were approached very objectively and in a certain light before I watched the Land Before Time series. And it wasn't until I saw that those movies was that I didn't get to see dinosaurs in another light. Like in that movie, they have personalities. I mean, they really set apart from the interpretation that I was used to of dinosaurs before then. So I think that movie and that series definitely helped me understand that, this medium can change the way you look at something. So I think that's the one piece of media that had a profound impact on my childhood.
damn, okay. I'm sitting here. I'm like, dude, where are you gonna go? Oh, okay, that was deep as hell. Okay, I'm like, man, I'm like, I almost felt my answer is almost not worthy. Okay, um, this is what I love about this because you'll ask people questions and you're expecting them to gotta go like, no, I'm gonna go here, and you're like, wait, what? Okay, that is deep, man. It's almost like your explanation on that almost ties into what you actually do. Not
Yeah.
It's like you're not just saying I'm an animator. No, no, no. My job is to look and the feel of all this stuff and make sure it's going the right direction. I'm like, yes, yeah, because way back in the day, Land Before Time, dude, that is awesome, man. Okay, so I'll tell you what mine is. And by the way, you're some of my questions I actually do ask. I ask multiple people. You're the first person I've asked this, at least in this series. So, if you show up, I think depending on where you show up in the schedule, just know that you're the first person I asked that question. My movie was it was an anime called Paprika,
Mm-hmm.
and it was one incredibly beautiful. My wife and I we saw it in the theater, but the thing that messed me up about that movie was it was probably one of the only 2D movies that we left the theater and we were looking at reality different. We were waiting for it to shift any moment. We just like you've had horror movies where you're looking around the corner, but I had never sat through a 2D movie and you're just kind of walking carefully, waiting for the car to shift or everything you're watching, you know.
Yeah.
And I think that to this day I've not watched the oh man, what is the other? There's a movie. Is it Inception? It's something. It's something weird. It's almost. People have argued it's almost like a live action. Either they're ripping it or trying to do a homage to Paprika.
Are you talking about, is it Perfect Blue?
No,
Or
no, no, no. Not Perfect Blue, but there's
It's Inception.
Yeah, the movie Inception. Like literally, you could almost Google Inception versus Paprika because of the different
I know
things
there's
of
also,
what's real and what's not real.
yeah, I know they also, what's his name, Aronofsky,
Mm-hmm.
for Requiem for a Dream. He also took some inspiration from Paprika. I think, didn't he buy the movie rights to that movie?
I don't know. It's possible. And don't get me wrong. I am all for when people can go, yes, this is all about this, or yes, we bought the rights, or we're doing a nod to this. I love it when that happens. I hate it when they go, we had no idea there was this other thing. I'm like, yeah, you did. You know you did. Actually, I was talking to Lamont and we're talking the other night because he didn't know this. When Charles Schultz passed, the creator of Hey Arnold took out like this whole page ad in Animation Magazine and broke down how Hey Arnold was a homage to Peanuts. And so it's like the whole thing of like, one, there's all kids doing the voices. Two, there's always jazz playing. Arnold's it's like he's a football head. Remember that Lucy's always holding the football and that messing with Charlie around. Arnold's also in love with the red haired girl. So if you look at yeah, and it's like I'm breaking this down, and Lamont goes, he didn't know. That's like, yeah, I know, right? Because when you look at it, it's obvious and it's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, when you list it out like that, then yeah. But I had no idea. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think I'll see if I can find the original the thing that he did because it's online. But it was this beautiful thing of like he just doodled out a page of like this thank you, and it was just like you didn't get it at that point. And it's like okay, cool, and it was done cleverly enough that you didn't even think that it was. But once you know, you're like,
Right.
okay, I totally get that. Hold on one quick second. But yeah, man, I'm still tripping on your Land Before Time there. That's pretty cool, man. If you could snap your fingers and suddenly be working on or directing your dream animation project, what is it, and does that dream ever change?
Mm, I would say it's, for me right now, it's kind of hard to specify one project. Like, because I've worked on some pretty interesting stuff in my career so far. And I think what fascinates me the most about working on stuff is the process behind it rather than like the IP itself.
Okay.
Because I really like gaining insight over like the production pipelines of projects and whatnot. And I would say they probably work pretty similarly in like American animation, but I would love to work on like any kind of anime, basically.
Coolness. I was chatting with there are a couple things that I know that kind of flipped me out for a bit. The fact that their voiceover practice is reversed from what ours is, or at least it used to be, where they animate first and then the actors are actually coming in and doing the voices after. Yeah, and um, and again, when I was chatting with some of my Toon Beam colleagues, they're talking about how many of the studios over there are still with paper, and we're like, come over to the digital side. You can still make it work. So it's like, man,
Yeah,
I
I mean,
would
it just sounds super like niche and interesting how they work over there. So I'd love to be a part of that one day.
definitely. All right, so a question that I've asked all of our panelists, and again, I'm focusing on the whole thing of health and mental health. With respect to staying on a task during projects, do you ever struggle with like depression, anxiety, or procrastination? And if you do, how do you push past it?
Oh, definitely. I think what really works for me is just I remember reading something a couple years ago um, where it basically describes the difference between motivation and discipline. And it's something that you don't really think about applying to the arts and expression, but I think it still works because you have to sort of have that mindset where you're thinking, oh, I don't know if I can create anything, like maybe I have artist block or something, but sometimes you just need to sit down and do some gestures or something, just kind of work your way through it, and then I think you'd be kind of surprised as to what you come up with. Like there's been plenty of times where there's some days where I don't want to work on something, I don't want to sit down and draw, but at the end of the session, like I created something that kind of maybe like kind of took me aback. Like if I didn't sit down and do this, I would have never made something that I'm super proud of, you know? So I think it's just getting in the habit of just making things to make it. Like if you make something really awesome, that's good. But I mean, sometimes the awesomeness lies in just making things to begin with. Like your anatomy still counts, like your gestures, your loose gestures still count. Like just making things in general counts.
I like that. Gonna have to coach you on that. Making things in general counts. It's like okay. It's like man, it's like because I've had those, definitely had those days, and I'm trying not to. I keep focusing myself because I'll share a lot of stuff on Facebook, like talking about not this is what I'm dealing with today. This is what I'm dealing with today. But I've been quite close mouth or keeping it close to the chest. Like any struggle that I'm having working on the summit, I will admit those when the summit is going on. I'll talk about that then. But it's like I always tell people like I'll tell you certain things, but I'm not giving anyone. I'm not helping any of my enemies to help to yeah, like I ain't trying to help them help me fail. So it's like I ain't telling you what I'm going through right now. It's like, but man, that is awesome. I like the idea of just kind of doing something. Coolness. So my last question for you: when you are working on projects, do you or does your self care change when you're working on, let's say, a personal project versus working on it for a client or for a job?
Definitely, definitely. I think, at least for me personally, like I've worked on enough projects to where I sort of appreciate the difference between, oh, this is a product I'm making for a company, and this is a thing that I'm making purely out of love for myself. So I do feel like I definitely devote more time and into making something that I'm making for myself. Like, I think it's it ties into the healthiness aspect, but if you're working on your 9 to 5 basically, and you need to basically set a limit. Like if it's 6 o'clock and that's when you need to clock out, you need to clock out. Like, don't spend any more time than you need to be spending working on something that ultimately does not belong to you. Like over the years, I'm definitely leaning towards more like creator owned content, and I feel like your time and your effort definitely influence like the basically how you approach that aspect of your work life balance.
I am liking that. Okay. Um, and again, I love asking that question because everybody comes up with this. It's not even a black and white thing. It's like everybody keeps coming up with like, here's this level of gray, here's another level of gray.
Mhm.
I personally always run into the issue of a deadline that a client gives me versus the deadline that I give myself. And it's like, and I always find myself like, we can move that deadline. It's like, yeah, no, it's penciled in. It's cool. And I'm working on I'm trying to get better. So it's like, yeah, just from like even with the summit thing, literally, the summit was supposed to be. I wanted to do it in March because I was like, I don't want to just do this annually. I want to do it twice a year. I'm going to do one in March and then do one in September. And then the March thing was like, I think that's right when COVID first hit, and it's like you would almost think, well, dude, this is virtual, so it makes it easier. It's like, no, it's virtual, which means I can't go to the office space to do recording. I'm sitting here in the house with my wife and daughter, who love to make noise when I'm trying to record. It's like, and I'm going, yeah, guys, can I get a little bit of time to? So then it was going to be September, and then that got put. I was like, and so I'm kind of glad it wasn't September because I think all the other conferences were doing virtual stuff then. But yeah, it's that's the fact that I was like, no, it's going to happen in October. We're going to do it this time. So yeah, man, it's just that whole. I think for me, and I say that was my long way of explaining putting it out in public that I'm going to do this on this certain date. And then sometimes that doesn't even work, but it's like I try to have that little thing where you have accountability.
Right. Yeah.
Or and some people I think even have like little accountability buddies or whatever. I haven't got to that point yet. It's like, but man,
Yeah, I
dude,
mean that's important too. Like definitely putting putting expectations on yourself to do certain things. Like if like you're saying, like you're posting to let everyone know that you're gonna have this done by this certain date. It can be helpful at times. I think for certain projects, like if they're in their infant stages, it's probably not the best idea to do that
nope,
since
it ain't.
everything's still pretty nebulous. So you don't want to say
Yeah,
something and they're like, oh, maybe maybe I need 3 more months to really flesh this out. You know?
right. That was the other thing. It was like, okay, so there's a fine line. There's a one rule that goes, yes, if you say it out loud, you're being held accountable. And the other thing is, I forgot what it's called. There's an actual psychological thing to it that if you tell people you're going to do stuff, oh man, that sounds like a great idea, and you get that dopamine hit, and so you're like, I don't got to do it now. So it's like, I told you I was going to do it. It's going on. I don't have to do nothing.
Same thing, yeah.
So it's like, man. So I think it's that fine line between those, and I think you got to have people around you that will call you on it.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh, I,
preferably your closest friends. Like
yeah,
not everyone.
not everyone. Yeah, like I said, not everyone in your circle is truly in your circle.
Yeah.
So the idea, just having that idea of having someone, I like the to the point of I know at least 3 or 4 people, and these aren't even close friends. These are Facebook friends that occasionally either post something whether it's directly to me or something like that, but people are always posting something inspirational. And my immediate response is I'll write a comment on there and I go, shut up. I mean, I needed to hear that. Thank you. And that's literally what I was like, if you don't leave me alone, it's like, I heard you already. Damn, you know. But yeah. Dude, this has been a pleasure talking to you. I'm pretty psyched that we got our timing worked out because I'm still getting over it. I'm good. Words. I'm gonna edit that. I'm gonna edit that out. So, um, I can tell you right now, I'm proud out of all the. I try to grab a little clip out of everyone's. Your Land Before Time got me, man. Like that was deep as hell.
Yeah, man.
It's
I
like
told you it was gonna come out of left field, man.
it's like man, because I'm like, because you said it, I was like, really? Okay. I mean, each to his own, brother. I mean, come on.
I was really in love with dinosaurs when I was a kid.
Well, I mean,
I mean,
what I didn't mention it, but mention this. But the fact that you said you saw Jurassic Park before you saw those is interesting as well. I was like, okay.
yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, I was introduced to like the savage side of these creatures before I got to see like the cutesy, wholesome side of them from Universal. So yeah.
Okay. Well, the way 2020 is going, I'm just going to say this out loud. If the dinosaurs come out now, they're not the ones from the cartoon. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They're probably not going to be those guys.
No.
All right, man. This has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Akil Guzman. Sir, it's been a pleasure. We got to do this again.
It's been an honor.
All right, man. I'm going to go ahead and sign off now. All right, y'all have a good one.
And you too.
Check one. Holy crap. I actually just did a full thing and didn't realize my mic was off. At least I think it was off. Okay, we're going to be breaking for lunch. And it's about 1:45 my time right now. We'll be coming back on at 2:15. I'm going to end this particular stream. And we'll come back in a minute. Wow, long day. All right, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. Signing off. This is day 3, part 1. And we'll be back in about 30 minutes. Hey, this is Tony Ross. Sorry about the delay. Had some issues there. Just getting his last little things done here. Oh, cool. I'm glad you got it. You're welcome, Andrew. I was trying to take a cat nap. That did not go well, because, yeah. Anyway, so now that I'm back amongst the awake people, okay. So what I need to do is I'm going to pull up, let me check my schedule because we're running a little bit behind here. My apologies. Okay, we have Mr. Yardley Hickey, and he's actually, again, it's another person that Lamont referred to us, so I'm going to bring him up real quick. I believe he's HR over at Floyd County here in Atlanta. So give me one quick second. This is going to be audio only, and how appropriate that I'm putting him on a voiceover date. He's HR, but oh my gosh, dude sounds like a DJ. So anyway, let me pull up this file. Hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am here. God damn it! Hold on. Let me, sorry, I was like at first, like, gotta love this. It's like I'm trying to actually man these and go, okay, which one did I actually pull up here? And I am here with Mr. Yardley Hickey, and we're just going to talk about a few things, man. How goes it?
You know what? Everything is good. I can't complain. You know, counting my blessings. I'm still walking and talking. I'm not ill. And you know what? I'm just going to keep riding the wave.
Sounds good. All right. So, quick question to you. Well, not a quick question. Throw me a little bit of a bio, and tell me, why do you think that I actually brought you on the summit? Then I'll tell you why I did.
Well, my name is Yardley Hickey. I'm currently human resources over at Floyd County Productions. And I worked in animation from probably 1998 till about 2010. I did a lot of freelance at pretty much all of the major studios here in Atlanta. I've always had a love of art, especially cartoons and animation, you know, sci-fi and things like that. And, you know, I'm actually just as curious as you as to why I was invited on the Animation Summit. I'm definitely a person who has been in the art world for quite a while, so I'm familiar with animation and a lot of the techniques that are involved in it. And throughout the years, depending on what type of trials and tribulations the world has thrown at me, I've done a ton of other jobs. So I can relate to animation. I can relate to washing dishes and taking out the trash.
Awesome. So a mutual colleague of ours, mutual friend, Mr. Lamont Russ, actually had suggested that I get in contact with you. And for two reasons. One, he said, yeah, he's done the whole art thing before, but he's HR right now. And Lamont knew when I told Lamont what we were doing for the theme, because Lamont was on the summit last year. And the theme last year we were talking about, is 2D animation dead, or is it having a revival? The irony of doing a virtual summit in 2019 and talking about, is 2D animation dead? only to have the pandemic hit right now, and 2D animation is just like, bam, no, we're still working. Let's go.
Absolutely.
It's really crazy. But this year, with focusing on artists and animators and health and mental health, and when I mentioned that to him, he said, "Yeah, man, Yardley's always sending stuff out to us. He's constantly sending stuff out. So yeah, you should talk to him." I was like, "Cool, I will do that." So that is why you're here, sir.
So you know what? That's what's up. I mean, there are definitely a lot of things, that are happening, around the world. And when I was looking at, well, first of all, big ups for you having this platform, for artists. I think that it's great. And I actually, checked out. There are a few things that I saw on YouTube from the previous summit that you did, and this is your third year?
This is actually just the second year. This is just the second.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But I think it's a pretty, dope thing that you're doing of highlighting artists and putting out content that could be beneficial for people with the art and, partially their mental and physical health.
Coolness. Well, I do appreciate that. I was telling someone else, one of the things though we do have like demos and tutorials, and it's kind of cool to go, hey, what brush size are you using? I think a lot of our industry it's too many rainbows and unicorns when people try to describe it. And I'm like, not saying that those don't exist, but let's talk about the other part, So I like to ask questions that people don't necessarily think about, but they should think about. Like especially the question, matter of fact, it's one of the questions I'm gonna hit you with. It's kind of one of those, what is your get out of bed price, or what is your nah, I ain't even doing that for that amount of money. And just doing things like that. And I was chatting with someone, and they asked me why I picked the certain number that I did, because the number the number is very realistic. It's not like I said, for $1 million, would you? Nope, that's not what I'm saying. It's like, this is that somebody could seriously walk up to you and go, I got this check right here. So, matter of fact, I'll go ahead and lead with that since I'm going with that. So the question I love to ask of people, especially of artists and everything, is not even for $25K would I animate or create blank? What's in that blank, if anything?
For me, I mean, anything slavery related, I'm good. Even if it was a story, if somebody gave me a $25K check and was like, yo, you can write this. You can work on whatever you want. But if it's slavery related, I mean, even if it was a ninja freedman who piloted a Jaeger, like wreaking havoc on oppressors, I would be good on that, because I think that, depending on the times that we're in, I think that the content needs to be reflective of, I mean, not necessarily that you want to walk away from different historical things that people need to know. I just think that I think in the time that we're in now, I think there needs to be more progressive and uplifting messages coming out of things like that. So it will probably be anything like antebellum or slavery related. I probably would pass on it.
Okay. This is why I love that question. It's like, I try not to recycle questions, but that one in particular, man, it varies so awesome. Like, it's like, but yeah, I think I would have to, I definitely see you on that one. It's an interesting, as you said, a very interesting time we're in, and you're trying to do the right thing. And I think for me, I always have to, I'm kind of glad I got out of it, but I used to do political work, and it was before the parties became caricatures of themselves, in my opinion, without getting too far into it. I thought it was what I was dealing with. It was depressing enough as it was. Just kind of like, I should have been able to knock out this project in like 2 weeks, and this is like going on the third month. I can't do this anymore. Yeah. So yeah, it's just kind of, I don't wanna.
Well, and also when you're talking about animation, $25K isn't that much.
Well, here, let me be clear. The 20, it's not that much, but what I always tell people is, if I'm throwing that number out, let's say that it's not them telling you to do 30 minutes. It's what they're actually saying, throwing your direction. It's actually quite generous for what they're asking.
Yeah.
So that's the way I look at it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, because if somebody said, yeah, it's $25K to do a 30-minute shot, I'm like, no. It's like, not happening.
Yeah.
So everybody talks about a book that changed their lives or had a profound effect on them. What animation did that for you?
You know what? For me, it was the Ninja Scroll from back in the early 90s. I think it was 1993.
Okay.
That anime was a daily, rotation when I was in college. And that animation, I thought it was really good because, remember, like back in the, U.S. animation, especially in the, the 80s and the late, in the early 90s, we didn't really have a lot of, let's just say, I'm not saying that I'm a super lover of violence, but I love to see violence in animation. It's just, it can be part of the art. And when I saw the Ninja Scroll, I really thought that it was dope, and it was very action-packed, and you could really fall into the story really quickly. And obviously, the animation was pretty decent. But between the Ninja Scroll, I have to say that one is probably the number one that really made me want to get into animation. But also, there was another anime called Perfect Blue, and that came out in 1997.
Yeah.
And that showed me that psychological drama and horror can be pulled off in animation and be appealing to adults and college students. And you didn't necessarily get that particular type of content here in the US. So I would just say Ninja Scroll, but, Perfect Blue, not perfect, Perfect Blue.
Mm-hmm.
That was the one that kind of made me say, okay, so you can really go in so many different directions with animation as long as you have the right, writing and people involved in the story. So I'll go with that.
Perfect. One. It was like Ninja Scrolls. Oh man, I totally forgot about that. I need to write that down. But yeah, Perfect Blue. I definitely remember that, and I remember my wife and I were watching it and checking out the parallels between that and Whitney Houston's The Bodyguard. So, and it was like, because watching this going, it's funny when you're watching things and go, wait, what came out first? So it's like, because there was like a couple little nods in there, and
wasn't The Bodyguard, that was what, 90, wasn't that like 93 as well, or somewhere?
Yeah, it was like, I'm trying to figure, because there's a couple of, like I said, the thing where they try to pin it on the guy that's like not all there, and it's like, it's like, I know I've seen this shot before.
Absolutely. 1992. I had to look since we brought it up.
Okay. So yeah, but yeah, my favorite. It wasn't life altering, but it definitely altered my reality and still stuck with my head. Is the movie Paprika. And my wife and I saw that in the theater, and anyone watching the summit is probably tired of me mentioning it because I've asked several people listening hours ago, really? Here's mine. But Paprika we left the theater. It was a 2D movie, but we left the theater staring in reality, waiting for something to go way wrong because it was such a mind trip. So yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Do you tend to go and see animated series a lot in theater, or do you kind of wait it out?
Yes and no. It honestly depends. Because when that came out, this is before we had our daughter, so it's like some things that were like, oh yeah, we can go see that, or like, who's babysitting today? Because look, if we want to go check this out, I don't think I go as much as I used to, and I need to get back into it. And especially now, it's an interesting time, not just with COVID, but with everything going streaming, and then them doing things like, hey, do you want to watch this the same day it came out in the theater? And I was like, maybe I do. Because
I can feel you on that.
Because I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some things that I hate when you watch something on the small screen and you go, "Damn, I really should have caught this in the theater."
Yeah.
And then there's some things like, do I really need to watch a rom-com on the big screen? Not really.
Agreed.
So yeah, it's that whole thing of like where you can buy the digital thing. Like, do I need this in 4K? No. It's like if it's a sci-fi thing, yeah, I don't. I'm definitely gonna need that in 4K. So yeah. So let me ask you this: if you could snap your fingers and suddenly be working on or directing on your dream animation project, what is it, and does that dream change?
I would have to say a Martin animated TV series in its full 1990s glory. For those who aren't familiar, Martin is a comedian, and back in the 90s, he had a sitcom that revolved around himself as a radio host. You know, his girlfriend and all of their friends, and they get in all types of things. That's my all-time favorite TV show, regardless of genre. Of course, with the snap, I would have to bring back Tommy Ford, who passed away some years ago, and he played Tommy in the series. I would love to have him reprise his role as Tommy Strong. And, you know, and also one of the gags of the show is you would always hear his boisterous laugh in the background. But I think that Martin, as an animated series, I really do think that it could be pulled off.
That is, I could totally see that. That would be kind of cool. And I think that's the interesting thing about animation, even though, especially those series where they go, oh, we're going to do a pickup or we're going to do this. So like, with the animation, you could definitely pull it off because it's no longer, oh, this person has aged this much, you know, or switched
Absolutely.
over.
Absolutely. And also, you know, a lot of the people who worked on that show, I mean, they're really good. And you know, and I think we all know whenever you're watching something, if it's something that you can identify with, I think that Martin is a show sort of like Married with Children back in the day, that regardless of your ethnicity, you could relate to the situations that were going on in it regardless.
Yes.
So for me, that would be, you know, that would be a reason why. And also, you know, with it being 2020, when you look back at the 90s and, you know, and how we acted and how we dressed, you know, all of that stuff is still, you know, it's still dope and it's still relevant. And quite frankly, I actually literally saw someone wearing cross colors, like legit cross colors recently.
Yes.
So, you know, so that goes to tell you, you know, that some people, I've seen a couple of Fila suits. I saw a guy wearing Troops.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So you know what I'm saying? Those things never die. And you know what? In the 90s was my heyday. So I would totally do Martin.
Well, and I will kick it back to you with this. The fact that when Happy Days came out, it's like there's like a 20-year jump. So Happy Days was out, but it was talking about like the 50s, 60s, but it was happening around like the 70s when it happened. So, and the same thing where the last decade, and I think we're still in it right now a little bit, but it was kind of pushing the 80s. And so like talk about feeling old. The kids in high schools for their spirit week. Oh, we're having 80s week. You're having what? You know? And so that was the thing. And so, yeah, I think we are in that cycle right now. Like the within the last decade, it was all about even the musical influences started leaning back to that heavy 80s kind of thing. It felt like a facsimile thereof, but it wasn't the real thing. But I think we are in about the 90s thing. So that would be a perfect time.
Yeah. Does that make us vintage? Does that make us vintage?
What is it? American Girl, the doll just came out with a historical 80s doll. And all of my friends kept saying, all of my friends kept writing in there, historical? It's like it's like,
my gosh.
It's bad as watching. I was watching some crime show, and they were talking about this body's been here for like 30 years, and I'm thinking they're going to say the 60s or the 70s. I'm like, no, and I was like, oh man, that's happening. It's like man, dang nabbit.
The other thing that'll kind of date yourself is just just like you were saying, when people say we're having an 80s theme, this, that, or the other. And these are, you know, and a lot of people are probably people who weren't even, you know, born in the 80s.
Yes.
I think that sometimes people, they almost use the time that you grew up in as like a gimmick for something else. Cause I'm like, you know, for everybody who says that the 80s is cool, I can point out a ton of stuff that where the 80s sucked. You know what I mean? And, but I do. I mean, sometimes it hurts you because, you know, we're all we're not going south. We're all going north age wise, more years, you know what I'm saying, behind us than in front of us. But it is interesting to, I mean, and you know what? And part of me doesn't mind that, just only because, you know, people remembering things, you know, that's how you stay alive as well. So even though sometimes I'm like, you know, you're wearing your hair like that, whatever, you know, all the hairspray back in the 80s and, you know, a lot of things like Stranger Things and things that have throwbacks to the 80s but leave out. 80s was foul language central. You know, there's so many things that people bag on now that flowed off people's lips, you know, back in the 80s. So it's almost like people want that, but they don't want all of it. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, you have to go all in.
Yeah, and there was my wife and I were talking about the whole thing with Stranger Things and a couple of the shows that they almost get everything right, but besides the foul language, the colloquialisms, there were some pretty much across the board colloquialisms and different catchphrases that were said during the 80s that none of the kids are saying. I'm like, did y'all not have language advisors? Because there should have been some things y'all should have said, you know, you could revive that, and it was not that you're trying to make it catch on, but it should have been like. I'm saying like no one was saying like a lot, you know, that the whole almost the whole little valley speak and
absolutely.
And so
well, people say, you know, it's almost like when, you know, sort of like the things that you do with giving interviews, when people are on an interview, or if you're the person that's hosting, in the early goings, you listen to yourself and you don't realize how many times you say, how many times you say like, you know, and then you listen to yourself and you cringe. So I agree with you. Like was, oh my gosh, it was a constant tag.
It was my, got me saying arms now. One of my colleagues was talking about that when his daughter was growing up, and they were like, and then she was like this, and then like this, and it's like, why are you saying it? Why are you saying it? I think also where I'm from Arlington, Virginia. Okay. And for a while, and I don't even know why it started, but somebody would do something and go, what are you doing? What are we talking about? And it's like, and we were talking about, so I'm talking one day to a friend of mine from DC, and she goes, why do y'all sing when you talk? I said, huh? It's like it never occurred to me, because we're just like, me and my friends over just literally across the bridge over in Virginia, we just all kind of said like, you're being an idiot. It's like, we're just kind of saying stuff like that. And it never occurred to us, oh, wow, I guess we are kind of singing that when we're talking. So.
We all get rude awakenings on certain things, I guess, all the time.
All right. So let me ask you this. What is the one consistent thing you see artists neglecting when it comes to their health?
Sleep. I mean that's easy. The one thing that you ran from when you were younger is something that you shouldn't be able to wait to get to when you're older. You know what I mean? So I would definitely say it's sleep. Sleep in combinations with, you know, with time management. Sleep is very important, and I didn't really, you know, realize that until probably over the last 5 or 6 years. We know that everyone needs to sleep and need to rest, but you know, as time goes on, a lack of sleep can affect you on so many different levels. And I think that people, you know, don't always, you know, embrace getting enough rest and how that affects everything else that you do.
Cool. I would definitely have to agree with that. It's like, I hate that that you get to the point where It's like, I would like to try to stay up. I think I tried to pull some all-nighters recently, and when I did lay down, it just felt like I had been drugged, because my body's like, no, it's time to get up. And the other part was like, you've been awake already, go to sleep.
Yeah.
And so it was like, I'm going, I don't remember my body doing this before.
No, I mean, it's true, Tony. And also, I mean, if you don't respect your body with getting enough rest, your body will take that time, even when you're not expecting it. I have literally seen not only people who have worked in the animation industry, just people who have worked in other industries that I've worked in as well. I've seen people pass out from not getting enough sleep, so these things are, it's a big deal. So your rest and mental health, to me, in a way, kind of go hand in hand,
Yeah.
If your body's not functioning right, it's going to stress you out. It's going to give you anxiety. You're not going to be physically well. Your immune system might go down in some type of a way. So I encourage people to do that, because your body will shut down if you don't get enough of it.
Cool. I got a question for you. Do you worry that the field of animation, let's say character art in general, is completely oversaturated with no signs of letting up? Or do you think all of this competition is a good thing?
You know what? I think that competition and variety can be a good thing. And even though there's a lot of stuff out there, I'll never think that people having the opportunity and ability to promote themselves or showcase their talent and potentially making a living off their art is ever a negative. But one thing that can happen with oversaturation is that mainstream audiences, as far as their interest in animation, they tend to stick with certain types of stuff, and they slowly kind of expand out on that interest based on, recommendations from other people who might hang out in the same bubble. So with people trying to appeal to those individuals, that can result in sometimes a lower quality of work to meet the demand. So, I think we all know riding the wave is a thing, for better or for worse. And, also, I mean, it's also dope that people can be their own bosses, even though it's oversaturation, having the ability, especially now, to push out your own content into a competitive market. Sometimes those things can be chaotic and overwhelming, because as we all know that, we know that social media is a big part, of our lives, and people who are supposedly obviously it depends on your talent, but sometimes the appearance of being popular and catching a break, sometimes it just comes down to, luck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
I do.
I think we've all been there. I mean, I think years and years ago, when I found out that, it's not surprising. It wasn't surprising then, but how people can literally purchase a following now. So you don't really know what's authentic. But I think that oversaturation is great, because there are lots of opportunities that artists have now that, I didn't have, coming up. I mean, honestly, if people know how to grind and they know how to play their cards right and they don't burn bridges, you don't have to go to college to be an animator. You don't have to have a degree. The thing about art is, it's like either you can do it in this industry or you can't.
Right.
You don't have to have a degree for it. So I think oversaturation can be good, but, sometimes it's hard to separate the wheat from the chaff.
It's an interesting point that you were talking about, where more people are kind of getting interested in it. There was I watched an interview with Alton Brown, the cook from Food Network.
Yeah.
And he made this, it's kind of weird when people make a comment and you go like, whoa. He made the comment that Food Network was different pre 9/11. And when 9/11 happened, like the world needed something. And so they started latching on watching Food Network. But because it wasn't just people interested in food anymore, all of a sudden Food Network had to kind of start leaning toward the reality thing. And it shifted what Food Network was. And I was just like, oh man, it was different. It was like, and so, yeah, it's that kind of thing, where I'm kind of the one argument I don't know, and I don't know if it's related to it or not, but right now it's because everybody's trying to go we got to get the content out quick, or the powers that be go, oh, we like this show. Can you make something that kind of looks like this show? And before you realize it, everybody and their mother has a show that has the same mouth that can be swapped. And I'm like, can y'all quit that? Can y'all quit that right now? You can have the same. It's like you can have the same rig. It can. I mean, because I am Toon Boom Harmony pretty much day and night. And I know you can build a rig. It can work identical. It can look like you can make a gumball mouth, and you can turn around and make an anime looking mouth. It could be rigged up exactly the same way. The node view would work the same way. So my argument is always that whole, I wish that argument or wish that style would kind of pull back a bit, you know. It's like, it's, and I think that was one of the things that was so refreshing about, I mean, it was feature animation, but one of the things that was so refreshing when Klaus came out, because they're just like, is that whole they just kind of said, for lack of a better reference, excuse me while I whip this out. They were like, they came out and they're like, you were wanting some animation here.
And Netflix paid for that, right? That was all Netflix.
Yeah, they came out, and I think as I was telling somebody else, that's what was the big thing last year. That's what everybody kept talking about. Everybody kept going, yeah, we're hoping that, because it was almost like Klaus was going to be the savior of 2D. Ironically, it's seemingly a virus. So it's like not Klaus being a virus, but you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, so I thought it was kind of interesting. I'm waiting for the next big thing, but I think not to talk a lot about Klaus, what was interesting about the people behind that, they said, what if Disney hadn't stopped doing 2D feature stuff? Yeah. What would it look like? If they kept progressing, what would it look like now? And I was like, okay, that's a brilliant freaking argument. And I think they pulled it off. And it didn't look like anything that anyone else had seen. I mean, like the fact that there are all these multiple characters and all of them look different. It looked like somebody took a children's illustration book and animated it. And they didn't come in and go, well, you know, let's simplify this look, you know, because you can't really animate that. They're like, give me a second. so I thought it was kind of cool.
I mean, I have to say, you know, just kind of going back to when we're talking about oversaturation, I just want to ask you, you know, your opinion. Do you think that does it seem like people are competing most of the time of just doing the same thing? I just don't think that people take enough chances, especially in the United States, with content. It's very safe. I mean, I feel like it's a little too safe. Do you feel that way sometimes?
I do feel that way, and actually, I do know of conversations that are being held. It sounds like we're talking about a secret government organization. There are conversations that are being held right now that believe in that very thing, where they're talking about with respect to adult animation, that all the adult animation in the States is comedy, and they're going, okay, why can't it be? Where's the drama? Where is the horror? Where is the sci-fi? And then on top of that, yes, kind of get some experimentation with how things look. And for lack of a better reference, I remember but in the early days of animation, I think it was right when Beavis and Butthead came out. I remember I hadn't even really officially taken any animation courses yet, but I think I was still a purist at that point. And when I saw Beavis and Butthead, it pissed me off. And I was like, they're making this crappy looking work, and now that's going to be like one of the new standards. And I still kind of feel that way. So it's like, because I look at, don't get me wrong, I think there's a way to do simple, because it's like, oh yeah, we have to simplify this look or whatever, because we got the tight turnaround or small budget. I get that, but you still don't have to keep like recreating the new thing. Like, I think what was in the 90s, everything had a really thick line, and now everything has a really, really thin line. And it's like, can we have some variety? Just a little bit, just a little. I'm just saying.
Absolutely. And you also mentioned that you're a Harmony all day. I mean, do you miss hand drawing things? I mean, just, traditional. When I say, just traditional,
It's I do, and I will tell you this. This is the beauty of it. When people get it and understand it, I interviewed Q Lee, and he said something that I hate it when I hate it and I love it when an animator or an artist says something and it makes you rethink your entire world. So I'll say this. Q Lee, and I don't know if you're familiar with him or not, but he always does really cool little Harmony tutorials, and he was one of the cats that he would put something out, and I'm going like, damn, I got to get back and work on some stuff. Yeah. So he put out this recent rig, and that's where we did the interview on. He's showing off the rig Olive, and so I saw the rig, and that's it. And I was telling him for the interview, I said, everybody and their mother is doing a tutorial on how to rig this. Can you show how do you animate this rig? And he broke it down and said, because I kept referring to them as puppets. Because I think that's what they are. They're digital puppets. And then Q proceeded to, I don't know if he even realized it. He politely sat me down and said, these things aren't really supposed to be puppets anyway. The idea of this rig is that it stops you from having to do ink and paint. So you're bending this towards however your pencil test was. And it's when people only use them as puppets, that's when it starts looking stiff. And I was like, damn. Because when I tell you, he did the rig Olive, and he did a little animation of it. I was like, okay, damn, okay, Q, you got this. And he did a separate thing. It was technically a 3-pose loop. Like Olive was maybe like doing she was jumping through the sky or something, or parachuting, but it was just the wind blowing, like blowing her, and like her hair is flying backward, everything like that. And it looked crazy. And I saw it and I thought, oh, cool. He made a different rig. And the thing was, no, he didn't. It was the same rig. And I'm going like, yeah, like I said, I'll send you some of the links that I'm talking. Matter of fact, I'll send you the link of exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. But it blew me, because you're looking at this, and where we say cut out or limited animation. Yeah, is it? Some cases, yeah, you can look at it. I hate when I can look at a piece of work and go, yeah, I know what they did. But Q's work, I'm looking at it going, wait,
like, what
did you draw this? I didn't know you. And so he broke it down and explained what he did. Him and Ollie Putland. Ollie's background is working for, I believe he's working for places like Aardman and doing stop motion. So he comes over to Harmony, and he's not even doing pose to pose. He's animating straight ahead. And I'm going, what? And so when you look at the work, and he's used to doing like a stop motion character. So he treats it the same way, built out these things, and he did a piece that it was supposed to look like 70s animation and had looking like watercolor. And he's showing me this stuff. And I posted one of the clips of him doing this, but he's like, it looks like watercolor, and it's all this, and he's talking to me about it. He goes, and all this is vector. And I'm going, and I can hear myself even on the recording being silent, because I'm trying not to curse on camera. And I was like, are you kidding me right now? So yeah, I say that do I miss hand drawn? Yes and no. It's literally becoming it's not so much, I think the spirit of hand drawn is there if the right person is behind it.
Absolutely.
Joe Suggs, and I got to catch up with him too. It was like Joe Suggs was talking about the thing with a lot of the limited stuff. What you need to do is you have somebody who understands hand drawn and comes in there and goes, here, I'm going to do this scene. Or if you got the budget for it, you throw in a couple of those little hand drawn things where you can't tell. And I don't think enough of that happens.
Yeah.
And my last point on this is, and I remember teaching this to my students when I was teaching college, the problem with a lot of cutout stuff, especially when it's mainly Flash, the problem with a lot of it is everybody would build this one puppet for the entire thing. And I was talking about, at the time, was that Blade had came out. I said, okay, Blade is out. So there are some shots that actually has the actor there. There are some shots that are too dangerous, so they have the actor's stunt double there. There are some shots that are too dangerous for both of them, so they have the digital stunt double there. And the idea is they're going to swap those enough that you don't realize what you need when. It's like, and you're just going to catch this as this very consistent thing. And I think when animation is handled that way, it looks like you don't know where the slip is. And that's a good thing. Where you don't realize where the veil is, you know. If I can look at something and not know how it's done, because I feel like, I don't think I'm an animator, I'm more of a hack. So if I look at something and I know how it's done, I'm like, nah.
But isn't that kind of a curse of being an artist or an animator? It's very hard for you to just sit down and watch something or a movie and just watch it and not pick it apart. I tried to explain this to someone, and I was like, yo, it sucks because it's hard for me to just sit back to enjoy something. I miss so much because I'm trying to figure out how they did this. I know I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one. I was my older brother. We were sitting in the theater once, and I said something about there's a movie theater trailer or something like that, and I said something about the green screen or something being off, and my brother's always trying to educate me, since I'm his quote unquote little brother. So he says, you don't go to the movies to talk about the how this is done and everything. And so all of me and my brothers are all into music, but my older brother more so than the other. He's a choir director and worked with all these different choirs, working on albums and all this stuff. So I looked at him and I said, when you go and listen to a choir and you hear the notes are off or they're playing the wrong notes, do you not comment on it?
Exactly.
It's the same thing. And it was like, and it was one of those, when I can silence him for a minute, it's like, I know I made my point. It's like, this is my world. I'm making a comment.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. But that's just something that I have to, I have to work on, of just try to enjoy it. But then again, I'm like, I paid my money for this. So you know what? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna.
Well, okay. And here's the fun thing though. When it is over the top though, I think sometimes it allows you to recapture that innocence where you don't know stuff, like where you can just enjoy the movie. And again, I got to lean back to Klaus. The fact that we're watching that and they work the story and the timing and everything was just like good. So you just really got into it. And we watched it. It was like me, my wife, and my daughter were watching it as a family, sitting there, and they got toward the end. And not to spoil it for anyone who hasn't watched it, which you need to go watch it if you haven't. They got toward the end, and we caught where they were going with the story. And my wife and I start tearing up. My kid is going, "Why are y'all crying?" It's nothing. You'll understand when you're older. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. So the fact that when you can get into that moment, and even going back to what was it, Paprika, when you're in that moment, it's like you're allowed to just okay, cool. Someone understands how to direct. Someone understands how to do all this stuff. I don't have to think it for them. I can sit back and relax and watch this. Yeah. Versus if you got, I'm trying to think. There was a really, really, really bad movie that Hugh Jackman was in called Van Helsing.
Yeah.
I hated that. I paid money and was sitting in a theater for that. Oh my gosh. And I was like, what intern did they hand this shot here? Did they do this in After Effects? What is that a JPEG they stretched? What is that? You know, it was so, and then the music was like, the music sounded like the power, someone in charge said, you know what, I'm just going to put this, they keep asking for this, I'm going to do a really ridiculous electronic sound on top of this, and just to get them to take it out. And the powers to be said, I love it, let's go with it. I mean, I get pissed. It was like there's that in when they tried to do the Bewitched movie. I'm pissed at both of them. I haven't gotten over either of them yet. So.
Don't feel too bad. I mean, I didn't see the movie in theaters, but I actually bought it. I have a DVD of it.
Oh,
and it's been, you know, sitting on the shelf. But kind of going back to Klaus, I really I enjoyed that movie, but I only watched it once. And I find that to be the case a lot with different animated things or just movies in general. I can like, yeah, that's pretty good. But for me, I think I know that something's good is when I keep going back to it. Okay. And as much as I enjoyed that movie, I haven't revisited it because didn't it come out like last November or something? Like something like that. But so now you've got me motivated. I'm like, I'm about to go ahead and go back and throw that on. But it stuck with me. But isn't that the world we live in now? Like something's in a cycle for like a week and then we forget about it.
Something like that. I mean, what was it? And it just occurred to me, like, what was the movie, the classic movie Airplane, which I have watched almost as much as I've watched the movie Groundhog Day, which I've probably watched that movie more than any other movie for weird reasons. Anyway, I would love to see something where they're pushing that idea of just comedy for no other reason than comedy, and then it's like multi-layered. You don't have to spell everything out; it's just actually there, you know.
Wow. But that's one of my favorite movies too. They actually have all. I think they have all of them on Netflix now. So.
Cool. All right. Let me. We have a slight tangent there. Let me ask you this question: what is the hardest no that you ever had to give to a client?
The hardest no. This was quite a while ago, but someone wanted a traditionally animated. They wanted a 30-minute animated short, and they asked me to do it for publicity. You know, that's, and you already know, that's so ridiculous on so many levels. And it also goes to show you that some people, a lot of people really don't have a broad idea of what goes into animation production and the time that it takes and the people, you know, who need it. There's no just knocking it out real quick when it comes to, you know, to that. But yeah, I gave a hard no. And also it kind of, you know, it let me know early on that, quite frankly, there are a lot of people out there who don't necessarily respect artists and don't think that the things that we all do is difficult. Yeah. You know, I just, like, for me, I think every artist, if you've been around long enough, someone has asked you to do something. Oh, well, you know, you'll get notoriety, you'll get publicity. And it's like, dude, I can't pay my electric bill, you know what I'm saying, off of, you know, publicity.
When we can, oh man, we're going to be rolling in it.
Exactly. But I mean, yeah, but that's one of those things where it's like I think the lack of education with what all goes into it, because people just don't think. You know, I've had people, anybody who's worked in animation or has worked in art, you work a lot of long, you know, depending on the project and, you know, what the deadline is, there are going to be times where you are going to be grinding for a long time and it's exhausting. And, you know, this guy had asked me once, he's like, "Oh, you sitting around drawing all day? How are you tired?" I almost dived on him. You know what I mean? Like, are you, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, seriously, like, you know, I mean, I know that you've probably feel me on that at some point.
I do. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, it's just with that. But I don't know if it's gotten any better. Because I grew up all of the years that I was in animation, for the most part, it was as a freelancer, but it was full-time freelance. Like, I kept work at Turner. I kept work at all of these different studios. So even though I was freelancing, I was always working. Right. And you just run into people and they just, I remember, Do you know anybody who are like professional inkers, like comic book inkers or inkers like back in the day with the 2D? I used to do a lot of that. And I remember there were times where people might have been brought in and like, hey, we're gonna give you a test, and we're gonna test you out, doing these inks or whatever, whether it's for, comics or for animation. And I was like, yeah, I can do that, because I used to trace, when I was little. Once again, I almost dived on them. Like this isn't the same. People are professionals, and I just, for me, I just think that. Well, actually, during the pandemic, and you mentioned this earlier about how all of these people are losing their jobs, and the economy wasn't looking too good. And meanwhile, animators are like, oh, work at home and keep getting that bag. You know what I'm saying? It's good. So the same people who might not have respected your craft, those people are out of work while you're still getting that bag. So I think that that's kind of interesting as well.
I consider myself one of my hobbies, I guess, because I love to write, but I've been still trying to figure out the creative way of writing. I have people back home, and I'm sure you've dealt with this, where you grow up and you're always doing art, and people going, oh, here's a little change. Can you do blah, blah, blah? Yeah. But it feels like I'm a grown man now. I do this as a career, and it feels like some of the same people are coming to me as if I'm supposed to give them the same prices I had in the 80s or 90s. And I'm like, no. No, but if you need that, may I suggest Fiverr, or because like that's not me anymore, or and try to explain to people it's like, oh, you didn't got like this. It's like, and I was trying to word it like, it's like the little kid who used to cut grass, like to make a little money, but now he owns his own landscaping company. You're not going to get him for the same price.
Yeah, exactly.
And I wish people understood that. And they're like, no, man, but everybody has an opinion. I'm like, it's not about an opinion. This is not a hobby. This is what I do for a living. And you're trying to hit me with, can you do this? No. I thought you were going to give me a deal. I did give you a deal. This is me knocking about 200 off of it. And have a good day.
Well, no, it's totally true. And when people try to play up on maybe, friendships or past friendships, my whole answer to that is, look, if you were my friend, you'd want me to be able to make a living legitimately. Yes. So obviously you're not really a friend. And since you're not a friend, I'm going to have to tax you. You know what I mean? But those things can be frustrating. Do you feel like over time, people are starting to respect, artists in the industry a little bit more than the past? Because I can tell you there wasn't that much respect back in the late 90s.
And strangers, yes, but I still, someone taught me, one of my mentors taught me this early on. What is it? A prophet is not respected in this homeland, or something like that. So it's still very, do I expect anyone that knew me growing up to understand exactly what I'm doing now? Yes and no. There are some people who've got up, moved away from the area, and especially if they're doing anything in the arts field, whether it's acting or entertainment, they may understand. But I still think that a lot of people are like, so Tony, can you handle this t-shirt design thing for me? I'm like, one, I haven't touched t-shirt design in like 2 decades. Do you know what I do for a living? So it's like, and there's that, and it feels like, meanwhile, you still, I step over to the other side where I think somebody had asked me to do, again, one of those things of a 3 to 5 minute music video for it was like something around, it was I want to say 1,500 or something like that. And it was one of those things that when I was young and did not totally understand how that went, I used to, I'm making some money, and then I did one of my first corporate gigs where it was, I want to say it was just like a little piece that was, there's 24 frames, and I just had it like rigged in Flash, so it was like you could control this little spinning building, and I was paid a bit over. Matter of fact, it wasn't an animation. They wanted to pay me for a website. But when I ended up doing this thing with this corporate thing, and they tossed me close to, I think it was either 2K or 2,500 for this thing that was a section of a website. And so I had to check one of my partners on it. I was like, man, I'm paying you this. I was like, let me explain to you what you're paying me. It's like, let me break it down this way. It's like, this is what this actually costs. I am not at that fee. I'm like, and I don't mean any harm, but I'm like, this is, you have to go somewhere else to get that. And so has it gotten better? Yes and no. The fact that effects houses, even before the pandemic, were going out of business because Hollywood is going, oh yeah, well they just make explosions and stuff, right? And so it's like, I mean, the fact that it's, I mean, it's not necessarily our industry, but it is, you know. So it feels weird. I think some of it's gotten better, but it's still got a long way to go.
Agreed.
Okay, my last question to you, sir. Alrighty. So I am, because we're running a little bit behind. I do want to get this the last interview up. I think April's is about 30 minutes, and I still want to make some announcements because I think I have. Feels like I'm playing Santa today. I have two. No, take that back. I have a Harmony license to give away, a Harmony Premium license to give away. I have a Storyboard Pro license to give away, and I have a oh good grief, it's a Wacom Into a Small that I have to give away today. So shout out again to our sponsors, both Wacom and Toon Boom, for believing in the summit and what we're doing. So it feels kind of surreal. I didn't anticipate that happening. It kind of happened and suddenly. So I was very, very happy with that. But yes, I'm going to pull up April's interview. And again, I'm calling her April, sorry. April Pinky Davis. And these interviews keep getting better and better. Tyree, thank you. You have no idea, dude. I am tired to tears. So the fact that y'all aren't going, dude, this is boring. So thank you. That means more than you know, sir. Thank you. But yeah, April. Shit. I'm sorry. I'm actually swearing on camera. I said I was tired. So Pinky is a storyboard artist for SpongeBob, and she has some awesome energy. And like I said, I was trying to get her on the summit even last year because I just think she's incredible. And I'm going to go ahead and pull that interview up. By the way, when we do launch these next week, you'll be seeing the interviews in their entirety. I think there's even an interview, when I did an interview with Ollie Putland, the first interview we did is over 2 hours because we both forgot we were doing the interview, so we just kept talking. So it's all recorded, but we're trying to figure out if we can post it or not because we talked about any and everything. So hold that thought. Let me grab a file. Animation Virtual Summit. And hey, this is Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit, and I am hanging out today with Miss April Pinky Davis. How are you doing?
I am great, besides the whole pandemic and everything, but finding ways to manage.
Awesome. So a little bit of, I guess, fanboy, if you don't mind.
Oh my
I
gosh.
when I first saw your work, I first saw your work I think sometime last year when I was working on the first summit, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, this is so cool!" And then you would post something else, like, "Oh my gosh, that's cool!"
Oh my
And
god.
so it was just like this really cool sense of humor, and uh, it's a distinct style, but I think it's like you're taking you're springboarding off of other things that I have seen, but it's like
Uh-huh.
you're really pushing that concept, and it's just hilarious. So I am, for lack of a better term, giddy as a schoolgirl to actually get to actually chat with
Oh
you
my
right now. So
gosh.
thank you.
Of course.
So enough about me blabbing. For people who don't know who the heck you are, who are you?
I am a storyboard artist on SpongeBob SquarePants, but and besides that, I'm just someone who draws fun cartoons in my spare time, I guess.
Coolest. Uh, the I'm trying to think. I guess it would be your avatar, the one character,
Yes.
the one little round headed character. It's like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
that is literally the, if what's the word I'm looking for? People always say, well, what would you do if you hit the lottery? It's like, okay, Pinky, how much do you need to just go ahead and put that out there? Because that would be kind of cool. I would love to see that as a show. I'm just gonna put that out there.
Oh, everyone tells me that, but she's basically she's a pink cat character, and I draw her instead of myself because I think drawing myself is honestly like, no offense to anyone who draws themselves, I feel like personally it feels weird and it feels self-conceited and boring. I think being a human being person is boring and limiting. So I'm this weird cat character. She's a Cheshire cat, so she can take off her head or do whatever. She has huge teeth, and I just do goofy, crazy things with her that are just so absurd and out of the box that me as a person I probably wouldn't do. So she's an exaggerated form of me, but so many people have asked me, because I do little comics with her based off of events that happen in my life or just something I think is funny that I would like to share with the world. And yeah, I've been asked several times, like, oh my god, you should pitch a show or make a show with her, but she's a little bit too much. She's me. She's too much of me that I feel like it would be really like it can't just be all about me. It would have to be like an asset of something I enjoy. So
Oh wow.
it's not something I will pursue, but I'm never gonna stop drawing her and never gonna stop making comics and funny things with her in it.
Lovely. I was talking to someone else. I kind of did something similar, I guess, but mine is
Uh-huh.
I take all of the things that I want to say to people that would probably be frowned upon. So I put all those into my character Barry Angry. So
That's great.
so it's like, okay, I totally would see that. Um, so I have a quick question for you.
Uh-huh.
My first question is, what 2D animation needs is a lot more blank. What is in that blank, if anything?
I would say experimentation. I think that we can really get outside the box and be weirder and more absurd or even darker. And I know a lot of people are scared to go outside the cute, funny, happy family thing for children's animation, especially. But I was a kid once and I liked weird and absurd and dark things, and I like things that my parents like to watch, like things like Monty Python, just stuff that's like out of the box humor that adults would enjoy. I think we can push a lot. I think kids will get it. I feel like a lot of people think with adult animation people are more willing to push, but I think with kids stuff we need to realize like kids are more complex than we give them credit for, and they'll enjoy something if we enjoy it, because if we think it's funny and throw it out into the world, there's a good chance they're going to think it's funny too.
Coolness. I I think it's the weirdest thing that that word has been used. No one it's no one's saying variety. Everyone's saying experimentation, experimentation. So it's like,
Yeah.
yeah. It's like all the artists are like, we need to experiment. So
Yeah, it's just it's due time. We there's been phases where that's happened in the industry, and like we need to do another push. I think it's just that everybody just wants to do something interesting and different and weird, and they just want to go outside the box, because everyone on their own productions, even the showrunners, I think everybody wants to push something a little bit further, but you always have those setbacks. So I just think more like, I don't know, higher ups and heads of studios need to just let the creative people go wild.
Interesting. Okay. Uh, my next question to you. Do you feel that the field of animation and character art in general is completely oversaturated with no signs of letting up? Or do you feel that all of this competition is a good thing?
It's really hard to talk about that without thinking like all of these people are individuals who have their own like aspirations, and it is a small industry even though we're growing, and things will keep constantly changing. So it's hard to be like, oh, it's great to have some competition, or oh, there's too many people, because at the end of the day, like, they're all just people exactly like you. So that's it's just so hard for me to think of that and answer that. And I don't really think that's something that us individual artists really need to work on or worry about. I think that's whoever's hiring them. It's really not our business. I don't feel competitive with anyone. I feel motivated, and I see some people, I'm like, wow, I think I'd really like to draw more like that, or I'd like to be at this person's caliber one day. And you're going to get that in every field. There's going to be some of that kind of inspiration, but I really don't feel like it's that competitive. Like, just be good at your job and worry about you, and I'm sure it'll all work out.
I love that. That is a, it's like, what is it, to quote, what is it, Bill Murray in, what was that, Groundhog Day?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Gee, you're such an upbeat lady. It's like that. It's awesome. I was like, I've never got that answer. It's
Really?
like, and it's like, huh, you're making me rethink things here. Okay.
Oh my god, I love that movie too.
Okay. So everyone talks about the book that changed their life or had a profound effect on them. What animation did that for you?
As in a show or like a moment or something?
You pick. It's up to you.
Okay. So I would say, uh, for me, it's very obvious if you've seen my work or know me or seen me in person. It's Ren and Stimpy. I have a arm sleeve of tattoos, and like a big, most of my forearm from my wrist to my elbow is Ren and Stimpy. So anyone who knows me knows that that's going to be my answer. But I'll get like a little bit more specific for people who do know me already. Is there's a moment in an episode, Sven Hoek, and it's, I'm sure you can find it on YouTube if you just search like Ren gets angry at Sven or something, and he just like, Ren loses his mind, but it's not your typical angry reaction. He goes through like all kinds of ridiculous, strange, absurd expressions. It's a journey until he eventually blows up. It was him processing his anger, like literally shaking in anger and holding stuff back. And there's just so many funny, strange expressions that happen in that is really inspiring to me, and I'll revisit it every once in a while. It's one of the things, like, if I feel like I'm down on art block, and I've seen it so many times in my life. I mean, I started watching the show when I was a kid, but just revisiting it, I know every single word of it, I know every single pose, I know everything that happens in it. But when I watch it again, I still like always inspires me. It's like that's what I want to do. I just want to really push the box and do weird and funny poses that aren't your typical thing that you think of anger or sadness. It's just not just a frowny face, not just an angry face. I just want, so there's so many different levels of emotion that we can't communicate on our own faces, but we can do it with cartoons, and there's so much more that we can figure out, and that's just what inspires me in my work all the time.
I'm gonna have to go look that up. That is pretty deep. It's like I want
It's
to
great.
definitely try. Okay.
I'm getting pretty deep about like it's just it's the wackiest cartoon, but it's really beautifully animated, that moment.
Sweet. All right. My next question. If you could snap your fingers and suddenly change one thing about the 2D animation industry, what would it be? Now, you may have already tapped on this earlier, but I'm curious if your answer is different.
I would just say like, I already feel like this place is like, it's so open-minded and accepting of different people, but I just think that we could just do a little bit better in hiring people from all different backgrounds. And that, I think that's to say about pretty much every single industry, but I don't know, I just feel like we could do better.
Okay. I think and I was talking to Nico earlier about this was like, we've gone through
Mhm.
so many generations of quote unquote television programming. It's literally programming you how to think. And so it's been showing you, this is the model family. This is the
Yeah.
model, everything is that way. And slowly but surely, we've been trying to sprinkle some differences in there. And
Hmm.
now with social media, we're getting an extra punch in the arm, maybe sometimes in a good way, sometimes in a bad way. But it feels like maybe, just maybe, within the next 20 years, that will be the norm instead of it just being from always one-sided. I think I'm kind of looking forward to it because when you start allowing different people to tell the story, it's like, holy
Hmm.
crap, this story is good also. This is a really good story. It's not like the other ones, but it's really good. So, yeah.
Yeah. And there's like a little bit of a domino effect there too. If you tell everyone, like your example of like, this is the model family or something, even if you didn't grow up in that kind of experience, like people will kind of reflect on, oh, well, this is a TV show. This is what TV was when I was a kid and what I grew up with. And there were always these model families, and I want to do that too. So I think people just need to, again, like break the mold and just tell their own truth.
Agreed. Heavily agreed. Awesome. All right. My next question to you is, does your approach to self-care or even scheduling change when you're working on a personal project versus a project for a job or a client?
Uh, yeah, because I have deadlines. But um, personal stuff, I just do it when it's fun to do it. I do feel pressure on myself sometimes. There's so many things I want to like do storyboards and animation in my own free time, and like I don't have the time for that. I have like, I'm a horse person, and like horses are time, and it takes a lot out of your life. And I want to be outside. I don't like being glued to my desk as much as I love drawing. You know, I feel fulfilled enough with my job that like sometimes it's just, if I feel like drawing something for Twitter or Instagram, I'll draw something. And I try to do it like every like week or so, put out something, so I'm not just radio silence on the internet. I like interacting with people and showing them my work went outside of the show. But yeah, with work, it's work is work. I do it on time, and I do my best to get everything in as much as possible, especially work from home. You know, sometimes dishes have to stay in the sink because I got to finish something. So deadlines have to be made with work, and it's a very different feeling when uh, work is a question of, when is this due, and personal stuff is a question of, do you feel like doing this right now, or would you rather be doing something else?
It's sad that the reason I was joking with Mark Simon about this, I'm asking all these people questions, and it's like, sure, it's for the summit, but I'm actually asking for me. So I'm
Yeah.
trying to find ways of validating. See, Pinky does that too. So I don't feel bad now. So it's like, so that
Yes, you're allowed to not be, you know, this is something I've talked about with a lot of people, because there's a lot of pressure, especially when I first like got my job, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm in the industry, oh my god, I finally made it, I did it. I thought like, and there was a good couple years of my life where I was focusing so hard on like my portfolio and doing that. I thought all I was an artist, and everything I had to do was just art, and I always had to show people something, and I always had to pump something out, and that was how I was making a name for myself, and that's the only thing that mattered. And then as I just got more comfortable in my job and more comfortable with my art, I'm like, you know, I have my whole life, there's no rush, like go outside, do other things, like get other hobbies. I tell every artist, it's like, get other hobbies. You're going to make yourself crazy if you're just always all in on one thing. It's going to stress you out, because you're going to have a bad art day, and that means your whole entire day is bad. Where it's like, I might have a bad art day, but I have a good horse riding day, or I have a good banjo day, or I have a good tap dance day. So I like, or just have a good talk with my friends, or it's really nice outside, you know. But if you're all in on your art, it's really gonna pull you down because it's only gonna be about your performance. And sometimes it's just not gonna be great, or you just don't feel like drawing.
Excellent. Yeah, so, I'm trying to find the happy medium between that and for my personal projects. It's call it personal, but it's like running my own like Tony Teach thing. It's like, okay, I really want to do this new training or this new course, and
Uh-huh.
I keep trying to make myself deadlines, but I've not been able to keep them. So I was joking. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
it'll go from 2 weeks. No, wait, it's 2 months. Wait, has that been 2 years already? Crap. So it's like I'm trying to do. I One of the people I have on the show is one of my business mentors, Sarah Cordner, and she does all these online courses and things like that. So I've just got her advice, where she's like no, you start off this one tiny course and you keep adding to it. I was like, okay, cool. So I think that's what I'm gonna have to do. But at the same time, it's that whole thing of, if you don't, for me, I keep putting something off because my personal deadlines, I don't look at them as strong as like business deadlines. So just weird.
Yeah, and that's I can't imagine how hard that is to just completely manage everything by yourself, because I've had ideas for like my own rough storyboards I want to do like since the beginning of quarantine, and I just never do it because I'm like, that's not that important because nobody's waiting on it.
Yes, you understand. So yeah, it's like I feel like I have to have what is that, multiple personas, where it's like, okay, I have to have project manager Tony show up occasionally, which
Yeah.
he's been on break for a bit. So
Oh god.
okay, my last question, and this is a question we've been asking of every panelist, and it's because the theme of the show. I was actually inspired by Steven Silver on this. Uh, Looking forward to, not looking forward to, with respect to staying on task during projects, do you ever struggle with things like depression or anxiety or procrastination? And if so, what helps you push past it?
Uh, yes, I do. I feel like most people do. It's just, I guess, a side effect of the times, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I don't, but also we're all people. Like everybody has their days. I do have like anxiety and depression days. I think it only gets worse if you avoid starting's always the hardest part, especially with storyboards. Once you already know what you want to do and you have stuff roughed out, you have a plan for how long it's going to take you, other things you want to throw in, you pretty much have a baseline and you know exactly what you're doing. But when you first start, there's always that I don't know, I've never storyboarded in my life before, how do I draw, I don't know what to do. And if you just start it, it makes it easier. But like it goes in ups and downs. um I'll have my moments where it's just like, you know, oh my god, this is the worst thing I've ever drawn. And then I have the moments of, wow, I'm the best artist on earth. And you just go back and forth, you get super confident, super excited about it. But it's just, I think the best thing, like I said before, you're not just an artist. Like your art is important. It's important to make something that you're proud of and you're happy with. But sometimes you're just doing your job, and sometimes you are just working on your skills and improving them. So if things go down, you know, it's really hard not to sometimes, but just don't get hung up on it too much, because you'll be better next week. And then if you're not better next week, it's really not the end of the world, because you're just doing your job and that's all you know how to do, is how to do your job. So it's fine. There's really nothing wrong with that. But it is hard, especially during these times, that like I'll get down, and I think it's mostly just the lack of social things. I feel like the studio is always buzzing with energy, and I'm very extroverted, so I like talking to people all the time. So when I have moments of just, oh, I just have to sit here and do my work, it just feels like being in timeout. So I think a lot of other people go through different things in quarantine right now, and I've managed things by being able to talk to friends or listen to music, watch TV, take little like breaks where I get up and I move around a little bit, get that energy out. And sometimes you just have to walk away from your work. Like there's, even if it's like a short moment. I do this when I was at Nickelodeon too. I'm like, I hate everything I'm doing. It's awful. And you feel like you're about to like burst with like frustration or sadness or something. Just get up from your desk, wherever it may be, whether it's at home or it's probably at home right now, but when you're in the studio, at the studio or wherever, and just get up. And like I would go and I just go get something maybe out of the Nickelodeon cafe, like just get a drink or something, make myself some tea, walk around outside, listen to music, and just don't think about it. It's really hard not to, because sometimes when you're telling yourself like, okay, don't think about the thing that I want to think about. Don't think about the thing with a deadline. It's really hard because you'll keep thinking about it. But just try to tune out for a second and just be like, who cares about that? Screw that thing. Walk it off, go do something else. And when you come back to it, you just have such more of a fresh mind. It's just been the easiest way how I let go of stuff, is just walk away.
I like that. And you're right. It is right. It's like, don't think about the thing that we're thinking about. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
Don't think about it. So it's like awesome. Yeah, I was trying to talking to a friend of mine. They were talking about, yes, definitely doing a walk, kind of clearing your head. And what I hate during quarantine is sometimes I'll forget, like maybe an entire week will go by and it's like, wait, have I been outside this week? So it's like I have to get out.
Oh no, I can't live like that. That's my frustration with the studio. The one thing I love about being at home is I have my desk in front of a window. I like to have that, but that's what also, that speaking of depression, that's what would get me down at work, is just not getting enough sunlight. And I would go and like during my lunch break, go ride my horse and come back, and there's a lot of like sweating and changing clothes and smelling like horse, but you know, coworkers know, I guess they're used to it. But like that was my one time to go out. And then, you know, if you don't go out in the afternoon, it's like you show up in the morning, sit in the cubicle, and then when you leave, like I showed up when like the sun had just come up, and then I'm leaving when the sun's just going down, and I missed it all. And I don't know if everybody's outdoorsy as me, but I think it has an effect on most people not getting sunlight. It's got to affect people's well-being.
I would definitely say so. It's like, what is that? I mean, technically, I guess it's the whole vitamin D thing. So it's
Yeah,
like,
probably. Something like that.
awesome. Well, again, I thank you so much, and I really appreciate. We kept like kind of missing each other. I'm like, no, 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 no. I will do whatever you need. So it's like I really appreciate you taking time, because again, it's like I've been a fan for the longest, and I just
Oh, thank you.
love your work. So I'm getting ready to sign off and let you get back to it.
Okay.
All right. This has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit with Miss Pinky Davis, and signing off. Say bye.
Bye.
La 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 la. Greetings, O seeker of knowledge. Okay. So yes, that was Pinky. All right, drum roll, please. We have stuff to give away. Stuff to give away. By the way, something funny. Uh, just be aware. Hopefully, if you're listening to this, because I get not my entire email list is listening to this right now, but understand, if I send you an email that says you've won this, and someone goes, well, this seems like it's a scam. Is it a scam? What do I need to do? I'm like, you can think it's a scam if you want. I don't mind. You literally have 48 hours to respond. So trust me when I tell you this. If you get an email from me for Toon Boom, I just have to supply Toon Boom pretty much with your name and email. Wacom, I am going to ask for your address, but I'm not going to ask you for your credit card number or, I don't know, your social security number, none of that stuff. So, and again, if it seems too problematic to give your name or email address or to respond, we can always give it to someone else. That being said, I think at least, yeah, I think two of them I've gotten two responses, but they have a couple more hours. Meanwhile, let me give some stuff away. I'm giving presents and some junk. La 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 la. What am I looking for? I'm looking for. Today is Wednesday, right? I hope it's Wednesday. Okay, I'm going to do my best. Today's Harmony Premium winner is Maria Camila Garzon Cardona, I think. So you will have an email from Tony at Tony Teach saying that you need to actually claim your prize. Yeah, that's the weird thing. Trying to write out a prize email and not make it sound like it's a scam. It's kind of tricky. I'm trying not to blame the Nigerians or the people who said they were Nigerians, but I'm just saying. Okay. Anyway, I digress. So yes, Maria Camila Garzon. By the way, if you're wondering, I'm posting a name here, but yes, I am sending out an email at the same time. La 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 la. Where should I sign up for the next giveaway? Okay, good question. Hold that thought, and I will tell you. No, don't. Words. There's a thing that I wrote. Ah, there it is. If you go to, technically, if you go to tonyteach.com/summit, it's where you'll see the video, but it's also where my email list is. And we are drawing people's names from the email sign-up list. Okay? Meanwhile, I have one more giveaway to do. Nope, technically I have two. I just did Harmony. I need to do Storyboard Pro. Storyboard Pro winner today is for Frederick Tisney or Tinney. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. So, and again, these are emails that are going out. So when we do send an email out, I try to give 48 hours to get a response. And if I don't hear a response, I just kind of toss that back into the pot and try to hand it to someone else. Okay. So that's today's Storyboard Pro winner. And again, shout out to our sponsor, Toon Boom, for that. Thank you, Toon Boom. I actually have to teach Toon Boom tonight, so it's going to be a long day. Okay. Words. What am I looking for next? Oh, yeah. One more thing. And this next one is going to be for a small Intuos, Wacom Intuos. Okay, today's Wacom Intuos S winner is Rich Draper. So again, look for an email from me and you'll need to respond to that email within the next 48 hours. Or you'll be donating that back to the pot so we can give it to someone else. So again, I want to thank our sponsors, Wacom and Toon Boom, because yeah, it was a cool feeling that I had most of the a lot of the social media and advertising images done, and then it was like, oh, by the way, you now have sponsors. So to have to go back in and redesign things to add in the sponsors, it felt kind of cool. So they have been really awesome. We had someone from Wacom today. I have got to see if I can grab one of my Toon Boom buddies and get them on to an interview. So we did have a couple of technical difficulties today. The reason that I'm not instantly popping up the interviews. The interviews will be starting to go on Monday, but some of the things I've got to go back in and tweak. I think on one of them, the mic was a little bit too hot. It's too loud. And on one of the other ones, I think the sync had gotten off. So, which if anyone's in the video, there's little tricks that I'm doing to make the talking head video seem like the lip sync looks really, really dead on, but I'll talk about that later. Meanwhile, this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. I want to say thank you to everyone and for your encouraging words. And again, we actually, what we're going to be doing, if you're going, hey Tony, I'm not getting all the emails, I'm not getting a lot of notifications. Look at this week, for lack of a better reference, as almost like a beta run, because we're going to, once we start releasing the videos to officially to YouTube next week, we're going to play it as if it's brand new. Only difference is I won't be live. I won't be giving away Wacom stuff next week, Wacom or Toonboom stuff. But since I am going to be getting ready to launch my Toonboom product, there might be some things I'll be giving away from there, as well as, I don't know, we might do a thing or two. We might do a launch party on Friday. I think I'm probably going to sleep Monday through Thursday, so we'll see. Anyway, I'm rambling. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed the summit thus far. I think I will tell you what's up for tomorrow. Shout out to Ollie, because I think today's, where did I move Ollie? I think Ollie, I moved him to Friday, but I might end up moving him again to Thursday. We'll see. But tomorrow we have Laren DeJournette, Tony Grillo, Robin Daly, DeMille Bryant. DeMille actually did several interviews with us, and there's one I'm trying to, I may have to pick and choose, because I was honestly blessed with having more than enough panelists this year. So, oh, dude, thank you. I appreciate it. And the scary thing was going through and setting up the schedule and going, did I just miss someone? Oh, crap. And then having to go back and look at that. So, I will tell you all this. Matter of fact, there's something, let me think, Board of Directors, Power of One. Out of all of there are two things that DeMille shared. One of them is an awesome 6-second animation, and he's showing the behind the scenes of how that was done, which I thought was incredible. The other thing, there was a animation that he directed for the show Blackish about 2 years ago. Oh, cool. Yes. Andrew, I'm glad, man. So there was an episode that was supposed to air about 2 years ago, but because it was not flattering of the administration, the episode was pulled. So I had posted about this. Imagine that you've worked really hard, and the animation is incredible. It's really done. It's done well, and it's not like it was done of a caricature of the administration or anything like that. But it was done almost like Aesop's Fables. The piece is called The Shady King. So for 2 years, it was pretty much shelved. And imagine that you can't show that in your portfolio or anything like that. And they've recently aired the episode. So because of that, DeMille came on. One of the things he did was we did an interview, and he actually showed me the piece. And again, the piece is incredible. That being said, this is not about, if you're going to have a problem with that, like I said, I'll tell you exactly when it's going to play. Just sit that one out. I'm not going to entertain any political conversations, mainly because this is not what this is. I want to actually discuss it for the merit of what it is. So yeah. It's one of the reasons I wanted to keep it for almost one of the last but not least. We're going to play this because I saw the piece and I was blown away. And I can't imagine working that hard on something and then having someone going, yeah, somebody doesn't like this, so you can't really show it to anyone, and we're going to kind of shelve it. So, but I thought it was really cool that he shared it with us. So I'll be showing that on, I think it's on Friday. So letting you know. And again, believe it or not, the software that I'm using when you make comments, if I post your comment, it's because I am critiquing comments as they come in. So I am personally sitting here clicking on things. So it's not my assistant. It's not some automated software. So again, if you're trying to post about your new company that you'd like to promote, not the arena for it. If you want to actually reach out to me and go, hey, can we be on your next summit? That's something different. Okay. That's called an email. And again, don't try to do that through the comment section. You'll be wasting your time because I'm not going to post it. All right. Enough on that. I'm rambling. I'm tired. All right, guys. Have a good one. Why am I still keeping that little thing up? I guess I'll do this real quick. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, let's close that out. Yes, please. So yeah, again, our winners, Harmony Premium. This is an annual, excuse me, an annual license for Harmony Premium. Goes to Maria Camilla Garzon Cardana. Storyboard Pro to Frederick Tinst. And our Wacom winner, I'm saying Into SS, goes to Rich Draper. So look for an email from me, and you have 48 hours to respond. So this has been Tony Ross for the 2D Animation Virtual Summit. Signing off, and I will see you all, I believe, what time is it today? It's 4 o'clock. I will see you all tomorrow at about 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So, bye-bye.